Channel 28. So we will continue with
Wonderful.
our meeting.
So Mayor, we ended off with roll call was where we left off at. We completed that.
Let's do this, Michelle. Let's start the meeting over so that we have everything in continuous flow for the recording.
Okay, sounds great.
I'm going to go ahead and start the script over for our meeting of Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. We did have roll call. I will just confirm we had roll call. All 4 members are present. Councilmember Moeller is excused, and we hope that she's able to join us later in the meeting. There was confirmation that council members Dornbecker, Knight, and Vice Mayor Dorman have the agenda and can hear the proceedings. We recognize that public comment was available via public comment at wyville.com, and that we are following the protocols related to a special meeting and teleconferencing of meetings as laid out by the governor's state of emergency and executive orders. And for any voting during this meeting, we will be proceeding with a roll call vote taken by the town clerk. During the public hearing or administrative regular items that have representatives that are not staff, we will be welcoming them to join in the meeting at the proper time. So with that, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could find the nearest flag and face that flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
The flag of the United States of America. Hi.
I don't know who's running the laptop in there, but if you look at it from YouTube, is where I'm watching it. They need to move the box. The pop-up box is covering faces. And I don't know who's got control of that.
I can't see that on YouTube.
Oh, I am. I do.
We have Samantha, your audio's up.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So let's continue. Okay, we are continuing. Next item is the adoption of today's agenda, and I'm going to propose a change to that agenda. We are hoping that Councilmember Moeller will be able to join us in time for the public hearing. So we are going to move upon a motion in a second. We're going to move the administrative items of item 10 up and move item 9, the public hearing, back until after those administrative regular items. With that change, is there a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
Move adoption.
So moved.
I heard.
I'll second.
I think that was Councilmember Knight, a motion, and second by Vice Mayor Dorman. Roll call, please, Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. We have no proclamations and recognitions today. And next would be general public comment on any items not listed on our agenda. Michelle, did we receive any general public comment today?
No, Mayor, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item would be our consent calendar. We have 5 items, items 7A through E. Are there any comments? And if not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt as presented.
So moved.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker, a motion. Is there a second by Vice Mayor
Second.
Dorman? Thank you. Roll call, please, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight, okay, is that a yes?
We know we do.
You can-
We do need your audio
Audio.
confirmation, please.
Sorry, 1 second.
You're live. We can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay, next up, presentation. Item 8A is my State of the Town Annual Review. So I will call this up. A quote that some in the literary world have attributed to prominent poet Maya Angelou states, quote, I've learned that you can tell a lot about a person by the way he or she handles these three things: a rainy day, a rainy holiday, lost luggage, and tangled Christmas tree lights, end quote. I dare to add to that list historic wildfires, contentious politics, and a global pandemic. Who would have believed 11 months ago how much we would care about toilet paper, haircuts, and finding the unmute button? Today, I reflect on what we have achieved and endured over this past year. It was, after all, an unconventional year. After a decade as Yountville's mayor, I knew 2020 was going to be exciting, challenging, and memorable. In addition to representing Yountville at the local, state, and national levels, I was president of Cal Cities, leading the statewide organization's advocacy on behalf of all 482 California cities and towns. I appointed several of my fellow town council members and Napa County colleagues to policy committees to give them a chance to help draft the league's strategic plans, which included local priorities such as housing affordability, disaster preparedness and recovery, and climate resiliency. The plan was set for the year. We launched into 2020 prepared and focused. In January, I spent several days in meetings with our state legislators to discuss the upcoming legislative session. In February, I hosted our Cal Cities Board of Directors right here in Yountville, which included a visit and news conference with Governor Gavin Newsom. Later that month, I joined a group of Cal Cities colleagues on an advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. At that time, we were making progress on our key initiatives, and it was hard to see how anything else could eclipse those priorities. Everything took an unexpected and troublesome turn during a March trip to DC for the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference. While meeting at the White House with Vice President Mike Pence and on Capitol Hill with congressional leadership, the severity and scope of the COVID-19 outbreak was starting to become apparent. Traveling with league officers and staff, it wasn't clear until the last moment if we could even fly home as the coronavirus transformed into a global pandemic. While our original priorities didn't disappear, our focus shifted quickly to the public health crisis that was starting to spread throughout our communities. Almost overnight, we had orders to stay home, schools and businesses closed, and our public health systems were filled with sick and dying residents stricken by COVID-19. As local revenues dropped quickly and significantly, we needed to figure out how to protect our residents, support small businesses, hold public meetings virtually, retool budgets, and shift some municipal services and programs online. Our dedicated town staff dealt with all of this while experiencing their own work environment changes, homeschooling, and other family obligations. We experienced dramatic budget shortfalls, mainly with TOT, or hotel tax, and sales tax revenue losses from extended closures of lodging and commercial activity caused by the pandemic and historic wildfires. Several businesses closed permanently, unable to survive the severe drop in tourism throughout the year. Others left town, hoping for renewed success elsewhere. Dark for months, the long-awaited reopening of two of our most popular restaurant sites still remain on hold. The town avoided painful cutbacks to staffing and services, including recreational programs, thanks to years of smart fiscal planning and building reserve funds. However, those resources are limited. Then on May 25th, our nation was rocked by the brutal killing of George Floyd while he was handcuffed in police custody. His senseless death, along with the racially influenced deaths and mistreatment of many others, launched a movement demanding justice and equality for all. The voices calling for an end to systemic racism and for equality regardless of a person's skin color have reached a volume that cannot and should not go unheard, especially as we celebrate cultural diversity and honor legendary Americans and their historic accomplishments during Black History Month. As local leaders, we are compelled to reevaluate, reimagine, and reform operations, services, and business support with the focus on equity and sustainability. That includes open dialogue with community members about how we ensure public health, racial and social equity, and economic vitality and viability in Yountville and throughout the Napa Valley. Meanwhile, the adversities of 2020 exposed a mix of behaviors in people. Many locals displayed acts of kindness and compassion, caring for neighbors sheltering at home from the risks of COVID-19 and multiple destructive wildfires. Restaurants provided meals to residents isolating in their homes. In many cases, those same people have waited patiently for their turn to receive the coronavirus vaccine. A renewed volunteer spirit emerged that has been a foundational aspect of our town's character for decades. Unfortunately, our community was not immune from divisive behavior and misinformation motivated by self-interest and political ideology during a tumultuous election cycle. Thankfully, this divergence away from our normally cordial and respectful attitude and treatment of each other appears to have been temporary. I looked at our challenges as opportunities. We continued to provide uninterrupted town services and programs, and we supported the needs and desires we have locally, but we also acknowledged that we can have a positive and lasting influence on broader issues as well. Critical infrastructure projects stayed on the calendar, especially the waterline replacement and street resurfacing in the Washington Park neighborhood, and the addition of new parking spaces adjacent to Yountville Community Park. An unbuilt section at the south end of the town-wide pedestrian path is one bridge installation away from completion. In 2020, instead of traveling to educational conferences, seminars, and events in cities throughout California, I learned to engage city colleagues, county leaders, as well as state and federal officials in thumbnail size on my laptop from my home office. Many familiar activities, special events, and social gatherings were either canceled or transitioned to new virtual platforms. Collaboration between public health departments and governmental agencies became more frequent and more critical. The reliance on myriad funding sources to support our residents, business owners, workers, educators, and local government services has never been more vital, literally life-saving. The California Department of Veterans Affairs, led by Secretary Vito Imbasciani and in coordination with the local Veterans Home Administration, should be commended for maintaining a high level of health and safety for our resident veterans and their caregivers despite adverse conditions most of the year. Unfortunately, we have lost members of our community due to COVID-19. More than 100 have fallen ill and recovered. We will not forget how hard this time has been on all of us. Last year, a majority of Yountville voters said yes to Councilmember Margie Moeller's reelection, welcomed Councilmember Eric Knight's return to the Town Council, and said no to supporting a local cannabis retail ordinance. We also advanced the disaster preparedness, wildfire recovery, and climate action. At the same time, we embraced creative ways to support our businesses as they modified operations to remain profitable and keep our local workforce employed. Since it was clear that Yountville Elementary School was going to be closed permanently, which happened at the end of 2019, we've been exploring options for the future use of the property, and that effort continues. Another ongoing goal is satisfying state housing requirements. Years of discussions with CalVet about housing on the Yountville Veterans Home campus appear to be more realistic as CalVet prepares to break ground on a new skilled nursing facility in just the coming months. Other properties in town appear viable candidates to support additional development that will help Yountville satisfy our housing obligations without compromising the style and character of our residential neighborhoods. Protecting public health dominated 2020 and will continue to be our main focus well into 2021. We set up local coronavirus testing and are prepared to activate vaccine distribution plans in town when access to supplies improves. The evolution of our small town has served us extremely well. We will need to rely on that adaptability, innovation, and forward thinking as we move into what certainly will be a years-long return to our future normal and a safer way of life. A phrase I often have used this year in various settings is, hard things are hard. What this wild 2020 ride showed me is that even during an unconventional and grueling year, hard things were no match for the fortitude and resilience of our community. We have been and will remain up to that challenge. Thank you. And I will now move us ahead, and I committed to Michelle if I forgot that she could correct me, but I did remember. We
Okay.
are flipping items 9 and 10.
Yes.
And so we are going to go to our first administrative regular item, item 10A, mid-year budget adjustment for fiscal year 2020-2021. And we will go, are we going to Kyle or are we going to Celia? Going to Kyle, okay.
I'm going to
Kyle,
start
go ahead.
this one off. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council. Today, Celia and I will be presenting our December 2020 monthly financial report, as well as our mid-year report. I will focus on discussing our December monthly information, and then I'm going to pass it on to Celia to discuss our mid-year report, as well as our proposed budget adjustments. So first, to focus on our general fund revenue for December. Property tax, we collected a large installment of property tax, as well as the property tax in lieu VLF for the first half of the current fiscal year in December. Our budget amount for the current fiscal year is 1.7 million, and as of December 31st, we've collected 1.1 million. As such, property tax revenue projections seem to be on track for this current fiscal year. Now, sales tax. Of course, this is one of our revenue sources that we have seen affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. A reminder that our sales tax receipts lag 2.5 to 3 months behind actual collection period. So in December 2020, our collections were actually applicable to October 2020. As such, we have collected 295,000 of sales tax that is applicable from July through October. This amount represents 27% of our 1.087 million sales tax revenue budget. And since the July through October time period represents 33% of the fiscal year, we are a little behind on sales tax collections. Additionally, the past 3-year average for sales tax collections as of December 2020 is 521,000. So our 295,000 collected so far is about 220,000 behind our average. Celia will be discussing our proposed budget adjustment for this tax revenue source soon. Now turning our attention to TOT revenue, this is another revenue source that of course has been affected by the pandemic. As of December 31st, 2020, the town has collected 1.8 million of TOT revenue applicable to July through November. And this amount represents 34.7% of our originally budgeted 5.25 million of TOT revenue. The past 3-year average for TOT collections as of December 2020 is 3.5 million, making our 1.8 million collected so far about 1.6 million behind our average. So of course, Celia will also discuss a proposed budget adjustment for this revenue source. So to wrap up revenue, if you refer to our December financial report, there are a couple revenue amounts that look a bit abnormal. I'm looking at fines and forfeitures and our intergovernmental revenue. The large amount of revenue in fines and forfeitures is related to a settlement that the town received in July 2020. And for intergovernmental revenue, that's higher than expected due to the $50,000 of state CARES COVID relief funding we received, as well as the state's COPS grant we received. So moving on from general fund revenue to general fund expenditures. Most of our expenditures are on track with our fiscal year 2021 budget. The target percentage of budget utilization for December is 50%. At this point of the year, most of the larger non-recurring purchases have leveled out, except for the following couple of accounts. The Public Works Government Buildings looks a little bit over budget at 52.4%, but this is due to the large property insurance payment that was made at the beginning of the year. So of course it's expected to level out. Similarly, the Parks and Rec program, camp program also looks a little over budget at 54.2%, but a large portion of this budget is related to the Yountville Summer Camp program, which ended mid-August. So of course that will level out as well. There's also large Yountville Summer Camp revenues that balance out this expenditure. Additionally, the Yountville Arts Department seems to have more expenditures than expected, but art sales expenditures are always related to art sales revenue, which offsets the expenditures. And we always budget $0 for both of the revenue and expense for art sales due to its unpredictable nature. Moving on to our capital projects reports. PK 0017, that was our sports court renovation project. It does look like we went a little over budget there, but as noted in the report, the town did receive an additional $2,500 contribution from the Pickleball Club to help cover the total cost of this project. Project PK 0021, Ventrac Mower and Containers project. In December, the town purchased trash and recycling containers per resolution 20-4009, which was passed in September. And we have been in touch with Upper Valley Waste Management Agency, and we don't foresee any issues with collecting reimbursement for this project. A couple of quick comments regarding our water and wastewater funds. Both operating funds are slightly above our year-to-date target. In December, we did complete 100% of transfers from wastewater operating fund into the wastewater capital funds. Now I'm going to pass it on to Celia to discuss our mid-year report as well as our proposed budget adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Well done on the monthly financial report. So the intent of the mid-year budget review exercise is to try to realign our original budget with what we now anticipate may be closer to actual activity, as well as attempt to better align estimated revenues with expenditures in the hopes of reducing the amount of reserves needed in order to keep the budget balanced. I think it's worth reiterating quickly, as the mayor said in the previous report, the State of the Town Annual Review, that it is because of prudent planning and decision-making by the town council in prior fiscal years that the town is equipped to mitigate the economic effects of COVID-19 through this fiscal year. Part of that mitigation process is to first attempt to reduce expenditures where appropriate. Identifying savings in the general fund will help to offset some of these reduced revenues that Kyle mentioned previously, mainly lower sales tax and TOT. We are proposing to reduce sales tax by $100,000 and reduce TOT by $1 million, bringing it down to 4.25 that we think we will end the fiscal year with. So we have also outlined a few departmental expenditure reductions here in the report that together total about $138,000. But the largest chunk of general fund savings is achieved by the utilization of the pension trust funds. This will allow the general fund to recover $192,900 that was paid to CalPERS in July for its portion of the annual unfunded actuarially accrued liability. That's a mouthful. We believe this to be an option that really makes sense given our current fiscal situation, and this is essentially the purpose of the trust since it can only be used to pay for pension-related expenses. Despite the unstable economy, in the last 6 months, the trust has gained over $372,000 in investment earnings and has a healthy balance as of December 31st, 2020 of over $2.9 million. So in summary, we are decreasing expected general fund revenues by a net of about $927,000 and also decreasing planned expenditures by just over $331,000. is the proposal to town council. So are there any questions about the monthly or mid-year report that we can address?
I'm going to invite questions on the monthly report first that Kyle gave. Since that's a separate issue, the action we'll take, it would be to adopt the resolution. So are there any questions from the council on Kyle's monthly report? Please raise your blue hand or yellow hand or whatever color it is these days.
Mayor, while we're just briefly looking at that, I'll share also, there's one bit of uncertainty with regard to sales tax. Our friends in Sacramento have allowed for businesses to defer their sales tax, and that is making it even harder for us to project what we may receive. So that, we know several of our larger businesses have opted for the 90-day deferral. We don't know the amount. So I'm just saying we're still recommending a decrease, but that we may be pleasantly surprised by some of that deferred sales tax once the state shares that number with us.
I think it'll be more than a pleasant surprise if it's anything better than dire, but thank you for bringing that up. It's a very appropriate point. I don't see any hands raised, and I believe we might have public comment, but it would be about the mid-year budget adjustments. So questions about the mid-year budget adjustments? And do we have, if I remember, Rochelle, I think we do have one comment from Pam Reeves about this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Would you like me to go ahead and read it now?
Yeah, I don't see any other questions, so go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, public comment from Pam Reeves. Why would the town post an opening in the planning department for an assistant now? It would seem prudent to let that job go unfilled until the economic situation levels off. I think the town should consider a hiring moratorium. Perhaps set a level of sustainable income that signifies a return to a more normal revenue stream that would allow a loosening for hiring. Again, from Pam Reeves.
Is that all the public comment on this item?
Yes.
Thank you. So there are no other questions. Are there any comments, or is there an action on the resolution as proposed, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Actually, I did have some questions. Thank you for the report, both of you. It's very, very helpful, the staff report on this, so thanks. So I just want to get clear in my mind. At the end of the year, we had 700,000, give or take, unassigned fund balance. We had 4,600, something like that, in our budget contingency. So are we thinking that we are going to use all of that and also go into the $2.4 million revenue stabilization fund by the time we get to the end of the current fiscal year?
I'll start, and then Steve, if you'd like to follow up. I would say yes. I think as outlined, the shortages in sales tax and TOT at this point are about 1.8 million short. The 753,000 of unassigned and the 459,000 of budget contingency is about 1.2 of that shortage that will help manage that shortage. So we'll still have about 800,000 that we will need to utilize revenue stabilization reserve funds for, which would be a positive because that would be less than the 1 million that we planned in the budget to use. So I definitely think we will be using all of those revenue sources, hopefully, if possible, less than the planned 1 million from the reserve.
Thank you. And then, so let's say we have to do that. When do you see that drawdown occurring, and what kind of, will there be a notice, or will it just be in our ordinary course of business, we start to draw on those funds?
I think that the first thing I would say there is, one, the council has asked for, and we're providing detailed monthly financial reports. So really this is all about transparency and making sure that everybody understands the budget that you adopted anticipated a drawdown of the revenue stabilization fund. And I echo what the finance director is saying. We may end up using less. We also don't know. And that's one of the reasons we're talking about. So it's fortuitous that we've had some discipline. We continue to look at the savings that we've talked about. So we'll reposition ourselves and keep you informed of where we're at. But similar to, if you may recall, with the emergency water line project, the council authorized a maximum level of drawdown from the drought reserve contingency, and the final amount reflected only that what was absolutely necessary. So as we get into the months of May and June, we will be communicating, or earlier, depending on what the information is, what that level of drawdown as we close the year. And then ultimately, the amount that we draw down from the Revenue Stabilization Fund will only be that necessary to result in the numbers that are necessary. So as I said earlier, I do not anticipate unassigned fund balance this year, but the net consequence will be that it should result in a higher Revenue Stabilization Fund balance than we had anticipated.
And I would just, I agree with the mayor, hard things are hard. And so when I ask these questions, I have no doubt that we are doing the very best we can. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it is we're doing. So I'd just like to start from that premise, because I think staff is doing the very best that we can in a very tough situation. So thank you for that. Which leads me to my next question, which is, it is my understanding that as part of this mitigation or expense cutting, staff is offering to waive, town manager and department heads are offering to waive 100% of their bonuses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I would say that I think on behalf of the council and our residents, thank you. That is far above and beyond. So thank you. Then another question that also came up in the public comments. I know that we had an analyst leave and we are looking to fill that. So we are saving, not having to spend $27,000 for the 3 months. We expect that recruitment to be open. Town manager, you and I talked about this yesterday morning. Why do we need to fill that position? And again, I am not challenging, I am just looking for the explanation. Why do we need to fill that position during these financial times? And I'd just like to have you be able to explain that. Thank you.
Well, I think as we discussed and as I shared in a short memo note to the council, we're very challenged. The planning department has 3 positions, and this is an entry-level assistant planner position, which does a lot of the in the field type work, the investigating the notes, implementing the counter work for the employee parking management plan, the tree removal, intro cases. So it's a critical level of position. And what we're going to do is we will have the savings from 3 to 4 months that basically will follow out this year. Staff will eat it, will endeavor to do other, pick up the slack, if you will, and keep it going. But we have a lot of current projects with planning, and we've had limited staff, and this is sort of the planning challenges. This is one of the downsides to being a small agency. Small agencies have, when you're talking about a staff position, in many cases, a position covers multiple areas. So in this particular case, we also collect fees in the planning and building department that are for out of the services that this position is responsible for in use permit monitoring and all of those. So it's a critical position for us to continue to do the level of work, allow the planning director to complete and the planning manager to work on current case planning and the ZOTO compliance and rewriting an ordinance structure. So it's not an easy situation, but this is why the statement, you want a hiring moratorium. Well, if the town clerk wins the lottery and doesn't come to work tomorrow, I need to have a town clerk. So I'm using it, and I'm, hopefully Michelle didn't buy a lotto ticket because we know the mayor did last week. But the thing
And I'm
here
still
is
here,
it's
by the way.
easy,
I'm still
it's
here.
easy to say, but what you really have to look at is what is the work, what is the consequence. And in this case, we see that the trend line and the need for the position will be there. And we're anticipating, and this will be the first thing that we're going to continue to monitor. The current optimism is that next fiscal year will look more like what we anticipated this year. And therefore, we should see a level of return without overspending. So again, not all positions are equal. I also will share, because at this point, we are also holding 3 part-time positions, permanent part-time positions that are part of our work plan vacant. And as a result, there's work and activity not getting done, but that was the commitment that we made to the council and the community, that we would hold where we could and look at this. So like I say, in this case, there will be salary savings as a result of it. And also, this is not the type of entry-level planning work that you can hire out to a contract consultant, because most of them are working on a either project or case basis, and they would come in with a significantly higher hourly rate than what is our position. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions or thoughts on the staffing.
Thank you. That covers it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I appreciate, Steve, that you mentioned the zoning and design ordinance review that the vice mayor sits on with me. And that has been taking a good part of this year and has continued despite all the challenges that we have faced. And I want to just acknowledge, I understand that there are some people that just always want hiring freezes and salary cuts, and people are paid too much. And I'm going to push back pretty much every time that issue is brought up. We have a very lean and very competent staff, top to bottom. What I would prefer to hear from our residents is the appreciation that they have continued well over and above their job descriptions to continue to provide the services this community expects, and that we have always been able to deliver given really extenuating circumstances. So this is as Steve said, an entry-level planning position that's less money than we are putting into the leaf blower ordinance to subsidize equipment. And I feel like when people challenge how many staff we have, are they necessary, do they get paid too much, there's no real evidence to any of that argument. And so we are very fortunate that we have been able to avoid salary impacts, that we have avoided having to furlough or reduce our staff, because guess what then happens is we lose services and programs that our residents expect, as they should. That's what we do. That's our job. And so I'm going to always defend the staff that we have. And Steve has managed, along with his department heads, to always have fiscal responsibility in mind when it's come to changing the organizational structure, never having excess anywhere, as far as I'm concerned. And I've been doing this for over 16 years now. And so while I get you're just asking a question about it, but there was also a public comment made. And if there is an attitude out on the street that we should be freezing salaries and not hiring people, I'm going to push back on that every time. So that's my response to the public comment. Any other questions, Councilmember Knight?
Just a short comment. Thank you. I appreciate, Vice Mayor, in your comments, but I also it's important to hear from the town manager that we sometimes don't realize that this assistant planner analysts are actually out on the street taking care of issues that many residents are contacting us about, violations of use permits, or or calls about tree removal and things like that. So we have the need to have those people that are out in the community responding to residents' concerns. And so when we hear that, and we recognize the importance, because I also, as you've also mentioned, Mayor, that with a new general plan, we really need to get through and have a dialogue with the community about the zoning and design review amendments that need to be made to update and to be consistent with the general plan. And it's important we do that, and we have the resources to be able to provide that information to the residents. And so I'm glad to see that we have staff there that we're going to hire staff to do that work. Thank you.
And I want to thank Councilmember Knight for bringing up the point that I think some people have the misunderstanding that planning means just business activity in the commercial sector. This has a lot to do with our residential requests and activities at home, ADUs, getting various, let's say you have a home occupation permit that you're trying to continue to work from home. We need to make sure that there's compliance and the certain regulations about that. We have more residential tree removal requests than the town ever does, things like that. So we just need to understand the scope of the work of all of our employees and how it does maintain a high quality of life for our residents as well as our businesses. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you, and thank you for this discussion. I just wanted to confirm, I'm sure that this is the case, but that there are no plans to enlarge the staff during this time this year, because you know, in any of the other divisions of the staff. Isn't that correct?
Well, let me answer the question firstly. I only can authorize staffing within the approved budget and expenditure plan. So any expansion of staff and the allocations would take council action. So as I've indicated, you know, in some cases we will underfill a position or a vacancy, but I can't exceed the authorized staffing structure.
Thank you, Steve.
So the answer is yes
No.
to your question that we are not expanding staff.
Yes to no. I gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. So is there a motion to accept the resolution as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? I will second it. So motion by Councilmember Dornbecker, seconded by the mayor. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
and Councilmember Knight.
Couldn't hear you, Councilmember Knight. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's unanimous. Thank you. With the one abstention, just to go on the record ahead of time, all these votes until we get Councilmember Miller back, we'll have that one automatic abstention from
It'll be an absent, yes.
absent. Yes, thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you, Kyle and Celia. I think, Celia, you might be up next here with item 10B, proposed budget parameters and key assumptions for fiscal year 2021-2022. And I know that it's very difficult to make any kind of assumptions right now, but give it your best shot.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this report is meant to provide just a starting point for the budget season, outlining our current projections for key revenues and expenditures, mostly related to the general fund. Before we talk about the report, I wanted to take a moment to quickly review the budget process. So first, this meeting starts as budget workshop number 1, and the main goal of this meeting is to gain feedback from the council regarding the key revenues and expenditures that we're presenting and the next fiscal year's priorities and initiatives. We then take that information and feedback and start crafting the budget by entering all the related data into our budgeting software. During February and part of March, departments then enter their proposed budgets, while Human Resources and Finance work on finalizing salary and benefit projections. Towards the end of March, Finance puts together budget information for meetings that are held between the departments, the finance team, and the town manager. Feedback and revisions based on the town manager feedback is then incorporated into the proposed budget. Also in April, Finance updates the master fee schedule, which helps departments budget for some of their revenues for the next fiscal year. Towards the end of April, proposed budget documents are compiled to present to the council and the public at the May budget workshops. Those are tentatively scheduled for May 5th and May 19th. After the second and third budget workshop, the finance team completes all necessary final adjustments to the budget numbers based on feedback from the council and finalizes all other components of the budget document. And then in the beginning of July, the complete proposed budget is loaded into the town's agenda software to be presented at the first council meeting in June for budget adoption. So hopefully that was a helpful little review. So now jumping into the budget parameters report, we start with preliminary estimates of our three top revenues. Transient occupancy tax, or TOT, the general fund's main source of revenue, is projected to once again be lower than pre-COVID years as we continue to navigate the impacts of the pandemic. And as the town manager just mentioned, we do hope that this coming fiscal year will look more like what we expected the current fiscal year to look like. The fact that a range of 5 million to 5.25 million is reflected in the report really speaks to a recurring theme over the past 11 months or so, which is the uncertainty of the pandemic. We don't want to be overly conservative or too optimistic in our assumptions, and these are very preliminary numbers. So we will have more information as we move into the spring and see how TOT collections are faring at that point and see if they may be a guiding factor for future tourism activity. Sales tax is estimated to be $1,020,000. Again, this number could be increased or decreased as we evolve through the budget process and get more information about actual sales tax collections during the current fiscal year. Property tax remains fairly stable, and we assume revenue will total $2 million in the next fiscal year. A few of the major general fund expenditures include, of course, public safety. Fire and medical services contract is estimated to cost $906,000, which will be slightly offset by about $215,000 in county fire property tax credit. The cost for law enforcement services contract will increase by 2.35% for a total of $1,194,799. CalPERS UAAL, that's the unfunded actuarially accrued liability, will cost $324,536, and we again are recommending the use of the pension trust funds to pay for this expense. The general fund portion of this expense is approximately $226,000. So quickly, a clarification regarding health insurance rates. The average premium increase as of January 1, 2021 of 4.32% that is reflected in the report is information straight from CalPERS and is an overall average across all the health plans that they offer. The more valuable information that I apologize for not including previously in the report is that the average premium increase over the 4 plans that the town offers is 7.9%. So hence the preliminary assumption of an increase of about 7% for the next fiscal year. The town manager has begun the negotiation process with the town's 2 employee associations. So more information regarding salary and benefits will be available further along in the budget process. So to wrap up, discretionary contributions into trust funds and internal service repair and replacement funds will remain suspended for fiscal year 21-22. There aren't really any known new undertakings at this point for the next fiscal year other than the potential purchase of the YES site, Yountville Elementary site. In the next fiscal year, we will begin the process of conducting another utility rate study and evaluate the fiscal status of the water and wastewater enterprise funds. And in the next presentation, the Public Works Director will be presenting the proposed capital improvement program and outlining some upcoming capital projects. At this point, I'd like to invite any questions from the council.
Thank you. And I'm going to start with Councilmember Dornbecker. I'm still just having to fix a computer problem with our town clerk where my screen is blocked by the motion display for this item. If there's a way to remove that so I can get access back to the main agenda. So while
So-
that's happening, I'll go ahead and go to Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. So Celia, excellent reports as always. But I was just wondering, is it possible that in the future, can we specify what issues for our different workshops we're going to be discussing ahead of time when we notice it and notice the meeting out? I know there's a lot of interest in budgets, and not that we have seen it demonstrated because people usually don't come to those meetings, but in case there were, is there a possibility that we could, give a brief outline of some of the issues we're going to be talking about? I think Steve's going to answer.
Yeah, I am going to take that one. As you may recall, when we get the agenda published, we actually do, the workshops have an agenda and we talk about which sections of the budget are going to be in that session. So we will continue with that and we'll make sure that that information is posted. But it's not a willy-nilly. I mean, we start with, as you may recall, the general fund, and we go through the various departments, and we have specific areas that will be the focus of the workshops. So we would encourage greater and broader participation in those. But I just want to remind everybody that they aren't seeing it in February, but we can go, if you're curious as to what it looks like, it will look an awful lot like it did last year in terms of which topics will be discussed in which workshop.
Just to add, we could probably add the information to our finance page on the website, since we do know how it's split out between the general funds and the enterprise funds, and maybe even a reminder in the newsletter as we go along.
Thank you, Celia.
Absolutely.
And Steve.
Yeah, Celia, I wanted to also follow up. I think we finally have landed on, not finally, we have landed on our 2 dates for those workshops. Do you know how far ahead of time you might have the content ready for review, either on our website or some other way?
I do. We typically have those ready, I think, in a week in advance. Is that correct, Michelle?
Michelle, you're still muted.
Yeah, it's approximately a week to 10 days. We want to make sure that what we're publishing is the accurate and most current that's going out to the council so that the public sees that. But yes, that's the general framework.
Thank you. I was working on a technical issue, so couldn't respond. Sorry
Yes,
about
I was distracting her. So Celia, could you just remind folks of the 2 dates that we have scheduled for May?
Yes, the proposed dates are May 5th at 9:30 a.m. and then May 19th at 9:30 a.m.
So approximately a week to 10 days prior to those 2 days, we'll have the information that we're going to be discussing.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker, any further questions? Or if not, you can lower your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Dorman?
Thank you. So this is a process question. If I have specific questions on some things like the technology budget that you mentioned in here, or Parsat costs, are those better held until we actually get to the workshops?
Absolutely not. Any of the council is welcome to communicate with me questions or things that they may have or curiosity on the budget as we're going through it. And then if there is information shared, I'll make sure that I provide that information to all of the council. But if any of you have, something that you're more interested in, I'd prefer to get you that information the earliest that we can in the most complete way that we can.
And to follow up on that, can I suggest that be handled by email? It's easier for responses to be shared with the entire council. And also I would ask if that happens, that it not be done piecemeal, 1 or 2 at a time over and over again, so we can try to be as efficient with our staff as we can. I know that sometimes there might be sections you look at and have questions about, but if we can try to consolidate that effort, that I think that would be appreciated. Did you have any other questions, Vice Mayor?
I think I didn't do a good job on my question. Tonight is just for us to set the stage, right? And then whether we do it by email or we do it live at the workshops, then we will engage in discussion at that point about whether this figure could be tweaked or that figure could be tweaked.
Absolutely.
Correct
I
on that?
Everybody,
Okay.
What staff is doing here is sharing with you the framework and the assumptions that we are building upon. So for example, you don't see in any of the assumptions a recommendation for additional staffing and various things like that. So this is going to be a very bare bones moving forward, similar to the current budget. But absolutely, I would encourage any of the council, if there's questions about a service delivery or an issue, please discuss with me what that is. And again, we're making some assumptions because this would also be where, in some cases, you've all said, we want something. We want to see this program. We want to look at that. So we're not sensing a whole lot of that based on prior council direction. But for example, the $30,000 for the leaf blower subsidy program came out of prior council discussion, and that's how it got put into the current year's budget. And I mean, and there's also been, it goes back a few years, but when we were adding and expanding park and recreation programming, that had budget implications. Now we're maintaining a lot of those, and you spend a little bit more time on some of the projects. But when you talk about the operating side and what's driving it, we're certainly, you will also be having some closed sessions on labor negotiations as we move into where are we at with the bargaining units.
I want to add something more, Vice Mayor, to your question that I want to get Celia's take on, which is, do you need additional guidance as it relates to, and I'm looking at our reserve funds and our balances that we have set, knowing that in some cases we're having to tap into those now. It's that's what they're for, right? Emergency reserves are, I think we can call this an emergency situation. So is that guidance you need, or you feel comfortable that because I think you've done a really good and clear job of explaining how things are going to be impacted based on your projections, but do you need any kind of review from us about, for dipping below 25% or below 20% and some of these funds that we said we'd like to maintain at those levels, or are you confident that you've already received that kind of direction?
I think at this point, I don't think we need further guidance, but there is, at workshop number 2, there is the financial policy review. And I think at that point, I know it has been council's initiative for a couple of years to increase reserves, which may not be appropriate in this fiscal situation, but we can review those during the the financial policies review in workshop number 2, when we have a better idea of what those numbers will be, the 25% and the 20%. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
It does. And I just thought of a part B that I'm trying to maybe flesh out a little more from the Vice Mayor's question as it relates to funding things like OPEB and some other obligations that we have been very proactive and somewhat aggressively paying early or paying higher amounts than the minimum requirements. And you're recommending some either reduction or pausing on some of that activity. Is that in that same workshop, or is that in the first one?
I think that's in the, let me just check. I have the workshop agendas here. I think that is actually in the second workshop on May 5th, part of the general government.
To follow up, you're clearly seeing that we're recommending a suspension of ongoing payments for OPEB and the service fund. So we'll footnote that. And I think the council's correct. In this particular case, we will obviously not have a 25% target on the revenue stabilization fund. So in the council budget resolution adoption, we'll footnote that. And the last direction that the council provided was an understanding that we weren't meeting the target, but with an expectation that that would be one of the first areas with additional funding we would restore. So we would anticipate that. We don't anticipate needing to utilize the reserve fund, the emergency reserve fund at this point in time. So that target will continue to be met. And then we will continue to propose and fund the budget with our annual budget contingency amount at 5%, with the legal contingency and the leave buyout. And again, a real positive thing I want us to share with everybody to make sure when those balances aren't used, the money stays in the general fund. So it's not, so in some cases, they're there if something were to happen and they don't get used if nothing happens. So the leave reserve policy, for example, if we have a tenured employee that retires or moves on and they have some leave balance, we draw down from that. And then we might have a small amount that we need to replenish. So that's how that works. Legal contingency, we've been very fortunate that we rarely have had to utilize that. So just again, sharing for the council and the public on where some of these are. And again, the practice and how we utilize those reserves have been established by the town council.
Thank you. I was just responding. Councilmember Moeller is en route. So we'll just recognize that she joins when she has logged in. It'll still be a few minutes. Vice Mayor, I didn't want to cut off any additional questions. Did we cover everything?
No, I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So Mayor, you asked one of the questions that I had that I was going to ask about reserve targets. Oh, and again, thank you, Celia, for your report and the work you do. You discussed, and that was my question, in Celia's report, she talked about how there may be a need to modify reserve targets. And so I think that was answered, and I look forward to our budget meetings in May to so as we discuss that. But that also leads me to a question. I know in some conversations with the town manager and that the town has invested in a lot of software through Prime Gov that's not only helpful for the council but for staff to put together reports. I would like you maybe just to talk a little bit about how this new software might help make our budget process more participatory and provide more information to the community as we go through, probably for the first time in, a very difficult budget process because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I think you might mean OpenGov.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, OpenGov is our new budgeting software, and a big plus about OpenGov is that it took our budget creation and production process that we were doing utilizing multiple different softwares, and it consolidates it into one software where we put the data and then can produce the budget document from there. So that's really a benefit to staff. And as far as a benefit to the council and the public during the budget process, it's going to have some transparency reporting that people can access and drill into. And also, I think in March or April, we're going to have a presentation about OpenGov to show a preview of the interactive online budget book that we are creating that will allow people to click on external links to go to different data. It will allow us to show videos on our budget rather than just having the static physical budget document. And a really cool feature is that it will have dashboards for the town council. And that's where you can access information, and it will mostly be real-time information about current fiscal years, but there may be, and we'll know more as we report to you in March or April, there may be some capability for generating reports that compare real-time data with historical information. So that's still in the works. We're still building it. And we hope to have something to present to you in March or April that will really get everyone excited about using this new software.
Thank you, Celia. I appreciate that. I think from just my experience in the past, budget discussions and public involvement's always been difficult because it was a stack of staff reports and budget documents that were, 3 or 4 inches thick. So anything that provides an opportunity for the community to be involved in this process is an improvement. So thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
And the good news is it's no longer inches thick, but it's now hundreds of pages virtually. So it's a wash. But what kind of direction do we need, either Celia or Michelle? Do we need any formal action? Are we just accepting your the parameters and the key assumptions right now going into the budget cycle? Or Steve?
Yeah, that is correct, Mayor. That is, we're looking for feedback and direction, and with your all's consensus direction, this will be the initial direction about which staff goes to work on framing the budget, and then we will continue to work and again keep you updated in the various updates. We'll also, in our financial presentations, let you know if there's any significant changes that we see or consequence.
Well, and we may, sorry, Steve, we may be seeing some trends in the next 3 months before we start our budget workshops, hopefully in a positive economic direction. And so that might help some of what we're going to be talking about.
Correct. And there's also, and we didn't bring it up because it hasn't been, I tend to be very conservative. There's still the ongoing discussion of state and federal revenue assistance directly to local government. We haven't factored anything in because I'm not balancing our budget the way some organizations did, expecting that might be money coming, but there is the potential that we could receive some additional money or reimbursement for the things that we've had to do this year in response to the COVID pandemic.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands raised, I don't believe, unless there's some late public comment, Michelle, on this particular item. I don't think so.
I don't think so either, Mayor. I'm looking right now, no. Also, I just want to confirm by consensus of council that the dates for the budget workshops are agreeable to council. No motion necessary. I just believe during the conversation I heard a nod for those dates.
Yes, so if, unless there is a verbal concern or opposition, silence will mean we're all good with those proposed dates and times.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to item 10C, Capital Improvement Program. Discussion and possible direction regarding the town's 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2021 and 22 through 25 and 26. Are we starting with Public Works Director Ted Viabashi?
We are, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. I'm not sure who has control of the CIP PowerPoint slide. Is that you, Eddie? Are you? There we go. Speaking, it shall happen. It's my pleasure tonight to discuss the capital improvements program plan for FY 2021-22 through 2025-26. I think it's important to note that this is a 5-year program. We actually looked out beyond that, but we have a 5-year program that's published as a part of our budget. Most projects have been on this list that you're going to see tonight for at least 5 years, and in some cases more than that. As I said, we plan a few years out for some of the larger projects. We've had multiple public meetings on these 5 years of these projects, including both at PRAC and Town Council. In the current year, we will have tonight's meeting. We will have the meeting we discussed earlier in May, and then we will have a final meeting in June where you all will hopefully approve the budget. So multiple chances for people to chime in and submit their comments and concerns and support for what we're going to discuss this evening. So what slide before you is A snapshot of the proposed budget, capital fund budget, $303,000 and change. Parks grant for shade structure, a generator switch for community hall, also a grant project. Washington Park ADA, that TDA 3, if it's available, would be a grant fund. Gas tax, Measure T, SB1, all are special revenue funds. Again, not general fund monies. And then the enterprise funds, also not general fund monies. Funds 81 and 82, you'll notice, are zeroed out. We'll talk about that in future slides, but what we talk about as a staff and what we're proposing tonight to you as a council is to delay some of the projects that have been planned for this year and defer them until we can see where the economy is going and make better plans to spend that money. Rather than spend it, we think it's smarter to preserve those funds in case they're needed for other, in case there's other needs or resources that could use them better. Next slide, please. So with that discussion about deferred projects, here's the slide. So resurface the gym floor, the barbecue storage area, replace the roofing on the bus shelters, the new Vineyard Park path, which we would plan and then build in future and next year, replace the play surfaces at the parks, and the replacement of a Muni-Ops truck. It adds up to about $455,000. Most of these projects, all of these projects, in fact, won't suffer from a year or even 2 years of deferral, and we think it's a much better plan to preserve this fund balance, save the funds, and program these projects for when we're more sure of what the economy is doing. This would certainly be up to you all to make that decision, but that's staff's recommendation. Next slide, please. Community center, community hall emergency generator. So you see a picture of the generator that we installed a couple of years ago. This powers the community hall. It is large enough to power the community center. We're doing a few more tests on it as we speak to try to figure out how the engineering would work to tie that into the community center. Right now, we have to physically turn the switch on and turn on the generator. And you can compare that or contrast that to what we have here at Community Center, Community Hall. When there's a drop in amperage or voltage, it automatically fires up here and it's a seamless transition. We think that would be a good idea for the Community Center and the Community Hall in the event of an emergency. We've had a few over the past few years. Right now, we drag down a portable generator to power the Community Center, and we have this stationary generator to power Community Hall. We do have a grant application in with PG&E. There are several other possible grants that we think are coming in the pipeline, and we would propose to use $100,000 if the grant funding is available, and only if the grant funding is available. Next slide, please. Community Wi-Fi hotspot. This has been a placeholder for a few years. We did have a presentation earlier this year about a Wi-Fi mesh network, mainly down the main corridor in town, Washington, and going out to a couple of parks as well, Vineyard Park. It included some emergency warning signals as a part of that discussion. If we were to build this system on our own, you would have to add another 0 to that number, even to get close to what it would cost us to build a mesh network and the emergency warning sirens that were proposed in the earlier discussion. So if we don't have any Wi-Fi network, or if there's nothing built out, which we're not sure if that's going to happen or not, those discussions are, we would imagine would pick up again as COVID, as we come out of the COVID pandemic. This money would go back to fund balance as it has over the past few years. Next slide, please. Washington Parks and Path ADA accessibility project. This would be an $80,000 project, $80,000 for this year, and that's mainly because that's what we have forecast or estimated is going to be available in a TDA 3 fund. That comes through NVTA. Generally, we don't qualify for some of the larger funds, grant funds, OBAG, and some of those other ones that are more geared towards larger agencies. So the TDA 3 fund is something that we've qualified for, and general, the Upper Valley agencies, Calistoga and St. Helena, compete for these funds, and we're pretty good at sharing and helping each other understand what the need is. And if the money's available, Yountville should get at least $80,000 of grant fund to help us do this project. So the project would include ADA parking at 3 Weirs Park, which you see in the picture here. It would include also ADA parking at the Forester Park, and then a connection between Vista neighborhood and the path at the east end of Washington Park. So we've talked about this before. If and when we get the grant funding, we would definitely have a neighborhood meeting. We've committed to that. We've had several in my time here, and we would have that meeting with the neighborhood to help them understand what the project is and what it isn't, and understand their concerns and try to incorporate some of those concerns into whatever project gets built out. Next slide, please. Shade structure at Yountville Community Park. This would only go if we could identify a parks grant. Prop 68 is what we're building our current project with. It's a per capita grant. And if we get a similar grant available, then we would like to build a shade structure up at the northwest end of the park, up by the playground. We've had several comments and requests. Staff doesn't disagree that on a hot and sunny day, it would be nice to have shade. For those of you who may have noticed, on hot and sunny days, some bring their own shade structures, and we think this would just be a nice complement to the park if we could identify a grant fund to help us build it. Next slide, please. Hydrant repair and replacement. This is an annual program over the last few years. The hydrants, of course, need to be repaired and replaced. We're a little bit behind the curve on this, but with this annual kind of a fund, we can approach it in a systematic fashion and repair and replace those that are in need most and work our way around the system. Next slide, please. Hydrant and main flushing. As you all are aware, we've had the NODES truck that you see in the picture here, I think twice over the last 6 years, every other year. The first year we had it, removed quite a bit of sand that was still remaining from the when the Rector plant introduced sand into our system from their filter system. That had to be 10 or 15 years ago. There was still sand left in the system. We feel like we've removed most of the sand over the past couple of years. The good part of this, or the really notable part of this program, is that the water isn't discharged into the gutter or curb or out into the stream. It's actually filtered and recirculated back into the system. So it removes the impurities and doesn't spend any water to do it. So it's rather unique in that way. Next slide, please. SCADA controls. This is year 2 of 3 years of SCADA control upgrades. $50,000 program in the next year. It will include the fuzzy filter, the emergency generator, sludge heater, and chem storage. This, along with the I&I program, is now mandated as a part of our NPDES permit. So this is a part of our permit agreement with the state to help us manage and maintain our system. In years past, the team at the wastewater treatment plant would have to, they'd get on a beeper, and they would have to physically come up to the plant to see what was wrong. As we continue to add more of these SCADA controls into the system, they can actually look at this on their smart device, and in many cases, see what's wrong from their home and either adjust it or turn off or reset the program without having to come up to the plant. So it's a time saver, it's a safety device, and it definitely provides a lot of information that wasn't available before these upgrades. Next slide, please. Clean and inspect the primary and secondary digesters. So this is a 2-year program. Year 1 would be cleaning and inspecting the primary, and then the following year, the secondary. This is supposed to be done on the 8 or 10-year cycle. I think we're at year 12 or 13, maybe approaching year 14. So well past the time when it would be normally called for in a best management practice. And we think it's a good time to do it now. Next slide, please. Assess and repair outfalls to the Napa River. So this is a new project, 2 to 5 year plan. So we would assess this is not a what we're doing is dividing this into 2 years so we can assess it in year 1 and design it, and then in year 2 we'll do the repair. So this is a repair to the outfalls to the Napa River. It's somewhere close to half a mile in length, and it's been quite a while since this has been done, so it'll be interesting to see what we come up with when we assess it, and we'll have more information before we go into the repair part of this program. Next slide, please. Inflow and infiltration reduction. In the years past, this has been in the order of an $85,000 to $87,000 a year program. Again, this is another one of those programs that's required as a part of our NPDES permit. We looked at expanding our force main from the town pump station up to the wastewater recycling facility. Expanding that pipe would have been somewhere in the $1.2 million range, and we still would have had to deal with the inflow and infiltration that was causing us to have the need to expand that pipe. So after some analysis and some discussion with both our consultants and staff, we have decided that the better method would be to reduce the inflow and infiltration, and that would help us reduce that flow that's going up to the plant, because we're basically treating fresh water. It's coming in, as you see, through breaks in the pipe or in the manhole, and to the extent we can reduce that I&I, the inflow and infiltration, then we can also reduce the flows going up to the plant and the cost to treat that water that really is fresh water coming into the pipeline. Next slide, please.
Real quick interruption, Joe. I just want to acknowledge for the record that Councilmember Moeller has been able to join our meeting. Welcome. We did switch the order of items, so we are going through we're on item 10C of the administrative items. We'll be going back to item 9, the public hearing, after the administrative items. So welcome, and go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back one slide, Eddie? I just want to say one additional thing about that I&I. So what we had programmed in the 5-year plan was $250,000 to expand the force main. We've reprogrammed that $250,000 into this program to decrease the inflow and infiltration in our collection system and help us then reduce the need to expand the force main that goes up to the plant, saving somewhere on the odd end of $800,000 or so. We're still going to need to do more work to reduce inflow and infiltration, and this work will be mainly on the A line, which runs north to south right along Beard Ditch. So for those of you who have been over in Vineyard Park and seen the manholes, or walked along the path behind Washington Park, that's our main collection line system that runs on the very eastern edge of town, north to south, down into the pump station. Next slide, please, Eddie. This is all now new to the 5-year plan, so these will be in year 5, and you won't be seeing these for programming unless something happens until somewhere in the year 20, 25, and 26 range. Next slide, please. Headworks improvement. So this is up at the wastewater recycling facility, the WRF. This is it sounds like a big thing, the headworks, and for us it is. This is where all of the influent from the town and from the vet's home comes into the plant. So this is the very beginning of the process. This is where they start separating some of the material that they can't process, pull that out, and then the wastewater continues on its journey into the plant through the treatment process until it gets treated to tertiary Title 22, and then we either recycle it, which we recycled 90% of our water last year, or in high flow times we are allowed to discharge to the Napa River. This project is planned to be $150,000. Next slide, please. sludge handling and drying. So what you see in these piles is when part of the wastewater operation removes the heavy solids from the wastewater treatment process, what you're seeing is some of those solids that are drying up in a drying bed that we have at the plant. We've been informed by our regulatory advisors that from in times past up until today, you've been allowed to use this dirt. We would contract with Upper Valley Waste Management, and they would haul it up to Clover Flat, and they would use it as cover dirt. That process could be changing. We're not sure exactly what's going to change, but we're trying to plan for that and budget for that 5 years out in anticipation that some regulatory changes are coming that aren't going to allow this dirt to be used in the same way that we've used in the past. So we may not be able to haul it up to Clover Flat to use it for cover dirt. It may be they want us to cover it, so we may have to build some kind of a covered facility out where you're looking at right now. We may have to install some kind of mechanical press or drying device to help remove more of the water in a faster fashion or a quicker, more efficient fashion, or we may have to haul it to somewhere that can manage some kind of a low-grade toxic, it's not really toxic, but a low-grade waste. So we're not sure what that's going to mean, but we have plugged a number in anticipation of that, and we will have more information as we get closer to the year when this project will go into programming, and we will have more information for you all as we get more information from our regulatory advisors. Next slide, please. Additional fuzzy filter. You all are familiar with our fuzzy filter. It helps us meet our Title 22 tertiary water quality standard. We think it's a good idea to have, and our consultant who helps us with managing the plant thinks it's a good idea to add an additional fuzzy filter. This would give us, it solves two different issues. So number one is it would give us additional capacity when we have a high flow days or day to process water. It would also help us to be able to take one filter offline to do maintenance while we have the other filter in line to do the work that's needed to be done to process the water. Both of those things are good. I'm sure that the state who helps manage the regulatory environment for us would be supportive of this. And as we get down closer to year one, we'll have more information and have a better number, but we think that's a pretty good number 5 years out. So as we get closer, we'll let you know more. Next slide, please. Paint the wastewater facilities and equipment. So as you all know, that's just a normal best management practice. It's been quite a few years since we painted anything out there, and as a part of just trying to maintain the equipment and facilities and preserve their service life, it's a good idea to provide a little bit of paint to help them out in the weather, and that's what this program is intended to provide. Next slide, please. So we also have quite a few annual programs that aren't on the part of this list that each year we program in some form or fashion: ADA accessibility improvements, GIS mapping, townwide drainage program, our surveys and monuments program are all general fund programs. Annual street maintenance and paving program, MT 3022. This is a Measure T program. This year, that program, we're designing and working on the pavement design for Washington Street from Yount Street south to the town limits just past the church. This was a program that we were supposed to do this year, but we swapped them because of the work that was done at Washington Park on the water line. And as you all know, by policy and practice, when we do utility repairs, we then come back and repair the street so that both of them are good for 10 to 25 years, depending on the street treatment. Annual street maintenance and paving program. This is our gas tax fund. special revenue fund, and this is a fund that we use to do the design and engineering work and inspection work for the Measure T program above. Traffic calming, another general fund program, and then the curb gutter and sidewalk replacement is SB1. Again, another special revenue fund, not general fund money. We use that money. In years past, we had programmed that to go along with the paving program, and we would let the contract, and it would include curb gutter, sidewalk, and then the paving. We found that it's more efficient for us to do the work in-house, contract that out, and then leave the paving part of the work just paving alone. So works much better for us. We're able to control the work and the quality a little better, and we're also able to control the timing of the paving. So there's much less delay when it comes to the paving job because we're not waiting on the curb gutter and sidewalk work to proceed it. So works out well for us. All of those programs are, again, non-general fund programs and haven't been for a few years now. So all of the street work that we do is comes from the tax revenue. Next slide, please. These are our enterprise fund annual programs, the sewer main replacement and repair program. That's another one that's mandated by the terms of our NPDES permit, the plant equipment replacement program, and the town pump station equipment program. Both of those are just to build fund balance. In the event that we do have something that fails prematurely, we can certainly use that money. We don't have anything planned for that use in this year. So it'll just be building fund balance for both of those programs. And the final one is the water meter replacement program. We do replace meters on a regular basis. They wear out on the order of somewhere between 5 and 8 years. And when they wear out, they underread. So we're actually giving water away instead of capturing that accurate cost in our recapture for water used. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on our CIP program.
Joe, thank you very much. Do we have questions? I have questions about 4 items, but I'm going to look for hands. I think I saw one starting to be raised. Vice Mayor Dorman.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Tagliabashi. Very excellent report. So I also have questions on about 4 items. The first one is the GIS, which is $55,500. And I understand from my previous talks with you that it would not do damage to your plans or the plans for the town if we were to reduce that by about 50%.
Well,
Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, sure. So that's definitely a discussion you all can have. As I said when we were having discussion, that if we don't use the funds, they go back to the fund balance. So in this fund in particular, I don't think we've expended all the funds in this fund for the past couple of years. We do have plans to keep the Myville app up and running and to provide some additional information for GIS so that we can have a more robust system to help with our water and wastewater systems. But certainly we can figure it out if that's what you all decide.
Thank you. And then on the community Wi-Fi, I appreciate the difference in the 0 that you told us about. But assuming conversations restart and we go on with it, my understanding is the $75,000 again would not be for any capital. It would be for cost of service, which is probably going to be less than $75,000. It would be somewhere more around $4,000 a month.
I mean, well, costs have been they were dropping before COVID. It's a very competitive market now for providing internet service for cities, towns, and counties. But yes, I think the last time we checked, it was somewhere in the $3,000 to $4,000 range per month for the Wi-Fi service if we have the Wi-Fi infrastructure built.
Okay, thank you. And then ADA accessibility improvements, which I think you said we're in year 6 of a 12-year self-evaluation. I think, again, we don't historically use that all. And if we were, what would be a comfortable, if any, percentage to reduce that by in order to put some money back into the general fund on the front end. I do recognize that anything not used goes into the available unassigned fund balance or just rolls over, but I'm looking to put money into the general fund on the front end. So with that in mind, is there a percentage that would work to reduce that 110, 500?
Well, I mean, again, that's a discussion for you all to have. We put the number in that we felt comfortable with based on past practice. And of course, you're right, we haven't used all of those funds every year. I'll give you a couple examples of stuff that came up this year that we weren't looking at trying to repair or replace. The post office door needed an ADA operable door, which is similar to what you have on community center, community hall, where a person could press a button and the door would open for them rather than having them to have to manually open the door. There was some repairs that we did out in front of the post office on the tactile domes where people park, where we replaced those domes. That might have been 2 years ago. That was a $37,000 project. So those are kind of things that come up that we don't always have a plan for, but they fail or they're required to be replaced in the course of a year. And the number that I have in there is the number that I think we can live with. But if you all want to reduce it, then we'll work with whatever you guys want to reduce it to.
Okay, thank you. And then the last item is the community park shade structure. And I heard you say that this would be grant funded. So if we don't get a grant, am I understanding correctly? If we don't get a grant, this project would not go forward.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. And that's the same that's true for the Wi-Fi as well, Vice Mayor. If we don't have a Wi-Fi system, that money will just go back to fund balance. So, you know, we'll put a placeholder for the parks grant because that's how we budget for stuff, and we need to spend that money in advance. But we wouldn't commit to spending that money unless we had a grant that was identified and that we were approved for.
If I could, there's also one advantage to having certain projects in your CIP, even if they're not funded. We're looking at and the potential that there may be some infrastructure grant funding from the federal government for various projects. They typically look for documentation that a project has a level of planning. So in these cases, both the shade structure and the potential Wi-Fi or variations thereof could show that the community has been engaging in this, and therefore we would fine tune. But to the director's point, if there is no expenditure or if there is no Wi-Fi or related plan, the money doesn't get spent. Same thing on the shade structure, but there is a value for us putting these things in the CIP because that is a great place to show the agency partners that you have a level of planning and council support for the projects.
And so kind of as a follow-up to that, let's say we left $300,000 in there. I know that there's been some talk on our Parks and Recreation Commission about adding tables to the Yountville Community Park. If we leave it as the amount, and we got a grant for, say, adding tables or doing something else in that park, could we use it that way?
Potentially, yes.
Without a budget amendment, sorry, without a budget amendment.
Well, I'd also want to say, when we start a framework here, there's an opportunity. So when we put a complete project together, it's not unreasonable that a complete park shade structure project would include amenities such as the tables that you're going to put under the shade structure. So we also need to see where the grant is coming from and whatever conditions or expectations there may be associated with the grant. You know, some are very flexible and some are very limited, but in concept, again, I just want to stress, we don't have any problem with putting some language in our budget approval language that clarifies that these things, you know, they won't go forward Something that's in the CIP still needs to be moved in and then ultimately approved by the council as a project when it moves forward. So keeping it in the CIP doesn't automatically mean that it's going to happen or that that dollar amount is the right dollar amount. If you may recall, we've had, we've been working on the Yountville Community Park restroom project, and that's going to be using a state park grant. So, I mean, I'm just saying, that wouldn't move forward in today's environment without the grant. Absent the grant, that additional renovation of the restrooms would not be occurring.
And just to add on, Vice Mayor, to answer your question just a little bit more, with a little more finality, it's not our practice or policy to use money that's programmed for a shade structure to buy benches or picnic tables. That would be a misuse of the term and the program. If we wanted or needed to buy picnic tables or benches for some other part of the park, we would come first before PRAC and get some advice from them, recommendation or not, and then we would come before you all if it rose to that level. So there's the CIP isn't just a piggy bank. It has a specific use and purpose, and we try to stick to that, the terms of that, and both in real terms and in strict terms.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation and the spirit and legality of that. I thank you for that. So on this, the 300,000, and we don't get a grant, so we don't do it. What about staff time or matching funds?
For
the shade structure, the shade structure.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
Does the 300 include any match that we would have to do or any staff time that we would have to expend?
We won't know that, Vice Mayor, until we know what the requirements of the grant are. So what I would say, so we're going to have a fair amount of nominal staff time because, for example, you've encouraged us to look at and to, where appropriate, look for grants. Public Works Director mentioned that, we went in and we've applied for a grant for the additional generator connection, knowing that that is something that the council's expressed support for. So similarly here, and that's why I'm saying until we identify the actual grant, some have a match. You actually bring up a really, really appropriate question because the park restroom project that we talked about actually does have a match. So some of that can be offset by in-kind staff contributions to the project, and some require a specific contribution towards the project. We won't.
Let me try to clarify this because we're getting really far down into one particular shade structure project. It's a concept only at this point. Joe, would you design the whole project before you had the money for it?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, we wouldn't. We would have a preliminary design to get the grant because that's usually required, but we wouldn't go beyond that, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor, any more questions? Okay. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Well, I put my hand down, but I was wondering, in anticipating things that on the CIP, Director Taliobashi, how do you, I guess I'm just curious how you would come up with, for example, new paths for Vineyard Park. Just since I'm close by, I'm wondering, what is the necessity to redesign the paths that exist? And so that can also be, look out at other projects that you might think about. Is that something that is determined by the bad asphalt or whatever it is that,
No, this was driven by resident and user input. So when we built when we improved the pickleball and tennis courts, the users of the pickleball and tennis courts thought it would be nice to have an area to sit on the east side and be able to view some of the games and also enjoy the view of the vineyard. So we typically use 3 or 4 sources for these kinds of projects. So mostly resident input, certainly PRAC input, some staff input, and council input. So those 4 sources are what we primarily use to develop and drop projects into the 5-year. This one in particular was resident driven. PRAC, I think they've looked at it at least 3 times now and have endorsed it all 3 times. So this is definitely. Yeah.
I understand. It was a point of curiosity, really, more so than anything. Thank you.
Yeah, this was definitely resident driven.
Thanks. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabashi. Joe, you do a great job with your reports, and I appreciate it. It's a lot to look at. So I was just looking over, just summarizing the CIP. It looks like we're very fortunate in this community to have budgeted out for this 5 years, a little over $10 million. And in 21-22, there's a current budget for almost 2.5. And so I just wanted you to just maybe to review again really quickly for maybe a resident or someone seeing that big number of 2.5, which is bigger than the other outlining years. You know, when I look at them, I see some big funds in water capital and wastewater collection and treatment. But as I think, as you mentioned, and I wonder if you could go over it again, many of these are enterprise funds that are not general fund, or like you said, are from grants and other state funds and transportation funds. So if you could just review that again very quickly, and then just
Sure.
Generally, I know these numbers and in this budget year probably have been planned out for multiple years. Do you find it at any time that as you budget that could these numbers change in the next year or be not expended at all?
Yes to all those. So thank you very much, Councilmember Knight. I appreciate your comments. So just to be clear, if you look at the total, close to 10 million this year, 2.16 million, similar numbers in 23-24 and 25-26, slightly lower in the other 2 years of the 5-year program. Compare that to this year, which is 3.864 million, so substantially less this in the upcoming year than in the current year. One of the things that I think, and you pointed this out rightly so, the capital fund, Fund 50, is the general fund expenditure, and that's $300,000. 100,000 of that is the ADA program, which is required by state law and approved by council in 2015 with the self-evaluation and transition program. So not a lot of capital or general fund money on this particular budget, and similar amounts really across the board in the next 5 years. We're lucky now to be in a time when the big projects that we have done over the past 5 years are mostly complete. The current year that we're in now, the enterprise fund was the bigger of the big projects. The water line at Washington Park, over $1 million worth of work. But the paving jobs are somewhere in the neighborhood. Well, when we're done with all the concrete and the engineering, the plan specs and engineering, and then the work, that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $650,000 a year that is not general fund money. That all comes out of Measure T, gas tax, and SB1 money in years past. And not that many years ago, when I first got here, that was all general fund expenditures. That $525,000 would have came out of the general fund. That's no longer the case. Thanks to Measure T, that won't be the case for at least 20 more years. For the next 20 years, this town will be enjoying the benefits of having paving improving without spending any general fund money. The same is true with concrete for and the other work that we do to support the Measure T money. And then again, with the enterprise fund being a large portion of our capital fund expenditures, and that's true for lots of agencies, and it's certainly true here. Down this year, again, because water is a big driver of those capital fund projects, and we're just taking a little bit of a breather after spending the better part of $1 million on a project, and trying to let that fund recover a little bit. But wastewater collection, wastewater treatment, and both of those funds, as we talked about earlier, our permit requires us to do a certain level of work at a minimum. Both I&I, mainline repair, and SCADA, all are a requirement of our permit. So we couldn't spend anything less than we program for that now. And they know that we're going to increase every year. We share that with them, and they approve our permit based on our future CIP projects and what we're going to spend on that work. So you're right in the fact that we have a $2.1 million proposed budget this year. You're also right in the fact that a small amount, 300,000, so a little over 10% is a little under 10% is capital fund budget, and the rest of it is all coming from either enterprise or special revenue funds that aren't coming out of the town's general fund. So I think that's a good place to be as a public works director and as a person who lives in this town and enjoys the benefits of that work being done without coming out of the general fund. I think it's a great thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your work explaining this, and for all the work of your staff.
Yeah, I have a great staff, and that makes our jobs a lot easier too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. I want to acknowledge, because it was brought up a long time ago before we started drilling down on some of the details here, that you're already deferring almost $500,000 in projects out of the 2.5-ish that you're talking about. That's pretty significant, and it can easily be lost in all the details that we're going over now. I also think it's really critical. You've done a nice job of identifying sources of funding for a lot of these projects. Somebody might see one that say, gee, why do you have to worry about that this year? Well, that's money that's dedicated explicitly to that type of project, whether it's transportation or something else, infrastructure wise. So having grants or special funding, money for streets and sidewalks can't be redirected to recreation or something else, as an example. So I think it's important that we keep identifying the colors of money that are going into these things. I have questions just about 4 items. Now that I say that, about what colors of money are attached to these things. First, in the Streets and Transportation Project, ST4 and ST4022, Surveys and Monuments book, and then the Traffic Calming Program, both $17,000 line items. How flexible are those? It's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but if we're trying to figure out how can we be as frugal as possible without really jeopardizing what we have done very well over the last many years, is to be proactive to maintain our infrastructure and our service delivery. So are those things that you see as really discretionary, at least for this fiscal year? And then I have a question about 2 others once you comment on those.
I think traffic calming could certainly be one that along with the ADA program that Vice Mayor Dorman talked about, we could certainly reduce that, or even zero traffic calming out. This year, we're going to put in another radar feedback sign at the north end of town, where the back end parking by the cemetery there, to just help traffic kind of slow down as it comes into town. We've had some comments about how fast traffic passes through there, and now with the change in traffic patterns, we think it's smart to install something that helps alert people even more that the speed limit in town coming into that section is 25. So that's the kind of thing we would do with the traffic calming money. In the past, it's also provided some bulb outs, which we haven't done in my time here. But that kind of thing is what we use with traffic calming. Surveys and monuments, we're basically looking at trying to provide clarity on public right-of-way or private property, where public and private property butt up together. Where's our public right-of-way end and where does private property begin? We could figure out other ways to like you said, different colors of money to try to figure out how to fund some of that work. Both of those projects, we could figure it out, Mayor. And the same thing with the Vice Mayor's question on the ADA. If you cut that down by a bit. If something big came up, we would certainly come back to y'all and ask for additional money or resources to help us do the work. I don't have anything identified that would cause me to do that right now, so those both could probably be pared down a bit if that's what y'all wanted.
Thank you. And that leads me to another point about that. I have a different perspective than the Vice Mayor on kind of front loading the general fund. I feel like that's, it's a bit of a concern for me to have that kind of approach, because the perception then becomes that money is, unrestricted, and therefore it's like free money to be spent however somebody might want to advocate for it. And I think that we have reached a level of financial health, even in a economic crisis, because we have had very targeted and very disciplined long-term budgeting. And so we just have a fundamental difference there, I think, about how to present some of the funds. And so I just wouldn't want someone to think that we have extra funds because we're squeezing a budget item that, and these are budgets, these are not cash balances that if there isn't a project or it's, we have to pause that in the budget, then we still have that ability. I worry about starting to chip away at our infrastructure that has, we already had $1 million project where the infrastructure failed, not because of neglect by us, but bad product, but still infrastructure projects can be expensive very quickly. And so I just want to caution, and I'm not challenging, I'm just asking for explanations on two others. One is the plant equipment replacement program. So that's WW4022, the 78,000 to increase the fund balance. Does that speak to what I just brought up, which is we have to be very careful not to replenish wastewater and other infrastructure funds, because everything that fails costs a whole lot of money, as opposed to in some other categories. Is that the need for that 78,000?
Well, if you recall, 2-3 years ago, we had really long discussions about our reserve funds, and we created reserve funds. You all did. You gave resources to those reserve funds, and both those reserve funds, 81 and 82, are sitting pretty healthy. And we've recommended that we push back some projects and not spend out of those reserve funds. Well, this is the enterprises funds version of those reserve funds. We haven't gotten around to formally creating a reserve fund for the enterprise fund, but this is that version of the reserve fund. So this builds a fund balance so that if you're right, something fails and it's expensive and we haven't programmed for it, we can come back to y'all in the course of a year and say, hey, we just had a couple of pumps that failed that we didn't think were going to fail, and now we need to buy them. Or we can draw down out of fund balance on a CIP, a 5-year plan, and say, well, we have this in our fund balance and we're going to use that money to replace a pump or another piece of equipment that's out at the wastewater treatment plant. And I think it's also important to remember that with the plant equipment replacement fund, anything we work on at the wastewater recycling facility up at the joint treatment plant is 50% of that cost is shared by the veterans home. So that we have that as well, that we don't enjoy down at the collections, down at the town pump station. So 2 different plans, 2 different purposes, but basically the same concept.
Thanks. And the other project, the community project, CP7, the GIS, it was already alluded to. I found it a little bit interesting about the upgrading MyVille app, and then also the other part of that being the network of water main mapping functionality. I kind of feel like those two have different levels of importance, frankly. One is a convenience that we have enjoyed, and certainly it's a service to our residents to be able to call out when they find a failure somewhere or a leak somewhere or what have you. Definitely like it as an add-on to our services. I find the water main mapping probably a little bit more critically important, frankly. So how do you just explain that $55,000+? And again, the timeliness, are we concerned that this is timely, or what are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, this is another one of those ones that I think Vice Mayor has kind of identified as something that we could probably look at reducing if that's what y'all wanted to do without too much, it wouldn't cause too much impact on the program. So let's look at the first item you talked about, the MyBill app. So if you think about the MyBill app, and we think about how our phones continually get the notice you got to upgrade the device, right? The software. Oh, it's time for a software upgrade because your phone's, they figured out something that's not quite working right, and now it's time to upgrade your software. You get that notice from Apple or whatever phone you have. And the MyBill app is the same thing. We have a substantial investment in MyBill app, and to keep it working and functioning efficiently, we have to have patches put in to keep the program effective and fresh. So that's an ongoing annual. It doesn't happen every year, and it doesn't happen all the time, but when it needs it, it needs it. And if you don't have it, it just stops working. We're going through a kind of a major upgrade right now on that. We have been for the past couple of months with Solomon and his team. It takes a little bit of knowledge to work on that thing. It's not anyone can do it. So it does take a little bit of time, and it takes a little bit of money. The water system part of that problem or challenge. So we've captured all of the information, valves and water lines, and now we're trying to make sure that they're all accurately captured. And the goal would be, I'll give you a scenario. We get a water main break somewhere out on Yon Street or Washington Street, and we identify an address. Well, with the way the GIS is set up, we should be able to identify that address. It will tell our water workers what valves they have to turn off to isolate the system, and then it will give us a map of boil water notices to send out, all with 3 clicks of a mouse. So that's the effort we're trying to get to with this water mapping improvement. There are similar mapping improvements with the sewer system and other parts of our infrastructure. We're focusing on water right now because we think that's where we can get gain the most efficiency and effectiveness. But that's the kind of thing you can do with GIS once you've captured all that infrastructure, which we've done, and then get the system to kind of start talking to each other, which we're working on doing. And then the next part would be to be able to actually use it out in the field, which we're hoping to do in the near future.
Does that also apply to residential? Like somebody has a leak on their property, they can't identify where it is. Would this mapping also reach into residential properties to help with that kind of thing?
No, it doesn't. We don't map on the private property, but I think one of the improvements that we have made is in the Orion meter reading system. So for the folks who have downloaded that system and have access to it, you can set limits on that, and you can tell when you're having a leak from wherever you're at, and then react accordingly. So we do have some infrastructure that we now have included in the water system that helps the private homeowner recognize when they have a leak. It can't identify where the leak is at, but we'll help them identify there is a leak, which is helpful on its own accord.
Great, thank you. And I just want to reiterate, I see the Vice Mayor, your hand is raised, that we've had a pretty proactive, I think I used that word already, and also a very robust CIP for many, many years, and it's really served us very well. And there are some dollar amounts associated with some of these projects that are higher than the average, in other sectors, frankly. But infrastructure and capital improvement is expensive. We know that. So I wouldn't want to jeopardize the overall plan that we have that is a multi-year plan, and it really sets us back long-term. And we're sorry that we didn't stay ahead of things because we do have the ability to tap into some resources right now that we built up. So of course, part of it's, how do we have the crystal ball of which of these are the most critical? Kind of impossible to know for sure. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I thought we agreed on 2 things. I now think we agree on 3. One is everybody realizes capital expenditures and projects are expensive. Everybody agrees on that. 2, we both agree that it's not good to front end load, as you put it, a budget just to simply do that. 3, we both agree that you should, though, save where you can. And if the effect of that is you then have more undesignated money, that's a good thing. So I think this has been a very valuable discussion to go through some of these projects and get our public works director to weigh in on where we might make some cuts if the time comes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a living program, and we have made changes. Sometimes we have removed, sometimes we have added or delayed projects. And so I appreciate the nimbleness that Joe, you and your entire team, I know John's been on all this meeting as well, sitting quietly. But yeah, thank you for the presentation. I don't see any additional hands. Did we have public comment, Michelle? I believe we had one comment. Was it Pam Reeves?
Yes, it was. Thank you, Mayor. The public comment is Pam Reeves, the CIP item. I would favor a delay or removal of any work on the community Wi-Fi hotspot until the budget can stand, quote, wish list expenditures. Second item is, in general, I wish that the budgeting process was a bit more resident friendly. We can't seem to find the correct time to voice our concerns. It would be helpful if all budget workshop meetings were posted together as a block with dates and topics to be covered so that residents could follow the process and plan their participation in that process. These reviews of CIP items are often the way we learn about what has already been decided, and that's a bit late. That concludes Pam Reeves' public comment.
Thank you. Well, on that item anyway. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And I think in the earlier conversation, Celia made it very clear the sections and the anticipated timeline for all these. These haven't been spent. Let's just be clear. This is long-term forecasting and budgeting. And so it's not too late for additional public input, but the public actually has the responsibility of paying attention and looking at the information and providing questions before we are looking at final adoption. So it goes both ways. We'll make sure it's available, and then people that are interested and concerned can certainly review it and provide feedback.
And I'd also like on that theme, Mayor and Council, to point out that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission participates in, receives a detailed report, provides feedback, and contributes, and in fact, just not too long ago, had their presentation on future CIP. So there are a number of ways for the community to engage in some of the discussions about items that come up. And I just bring the PRAC up because that is one where potential Parks and Rec related projects start there and then work their way to the CIP. And then they also in general work their way to the council by starting at that level of the community advisory group. Same with expenditures and recommendations that come out of the Arts Commission. Ironically, really only the ZDRB doesn't make recommendations on expenditures. They make a different kind of recommendations in terms of policy advisory.
Thank you. And how formal an action do you need, Joe or Michelle? You've gotten enough direction from us at this point? Because we're still 3 months out on the, yeah, okay. Thank you.
We'll incorporate some of what you said and we'll come back with a better document in May.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to our next item, which is, let's see, let me get rid of this one. It is our Napa Valley Transportation Authority license agreement, considering adoption of resolution number 21-4036, approving a license agreement with Napa Valley Transportation Authority, NVTA, for use of town property to store, park, and charge electric vehicles at the municipal corporation yard. Is this Erica?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Today for your consideration, I have the approval of the lease amendment with NVTA to include the installation of EV infrastructure and to provide feedback as to which of the design options, excuse me, hold on one second. Which of the design options you prefer for the new electric shuttle. MBTA currently provides the Yountville shuttle services in the town and has an existing lease to store the 2 trolleys at the corporation yard. In 2017, NVTA received a federal grant to acquire 5 battery electric buses as an effort to curb greenhouse gas emissions. At that time, council agreed to the use of the new electric bus within town. The buses are slated to be delivered later this year, and in preparation, NVTA will need to install the required infrastructure to support them. The lease is amending the existing lease to include the installation of 2 EV charging stations. Additionally, NVTA will be working with staff to select a design for the bus to be used in town. Staff is requesting input as to which design you would prefer. Staff is also asking for approval of the lease amendment resolution and feedback on the designs. Sorry, I just repeated myself. With that, here's the slide showing the design options. So I'm happy to discuss and answer any questions you might have.
I'm going to ask a quick question. I didn't see it in the staff report. What is the length of these buses?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, these buses are 30 feet long.
And do you know how that compares to the existing trolley?
I'm not sure exactly how large the trolleys are, but I believe that they are comparable. I believe the bus is a little bit longer. Joe might be able to answer that.
They're similar size, Mayor. They're similar size.
Okay, because I didn't see it anywhere, and I looked at these and I thought, boy, if those are full-length buses, they are not going to navigate our residential neighborhoods. So we're confident that the size is comparable and as accessible to neighborhoods and turnarounds and all that is what we currently are experiencing.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. Thank you. Councilmember Moeller, question.
Yes, my question is related to the ADA accessibility. A lot of the veterans that frequently use this system are on wheelchairs. So do they, one of the downsides to the current trolley, you have to kind of come in near the bus driver. Is there any ADA accessibility from the rear and any of these designs? And I can't tell the difference between the designs. They look like different colors, but I don't know. So maybe I'd like a little more detail.
Okay, the differences of the buses are just the actual decals of the coloring and the design on the buses. I am not positive if they have ADA accessibility. I would have to check on that and get back to you.
No,
I would imagine, Councilmember Moeller, I would imagine that the front of the bus dips down as do most buses now, but I'm not too sure about the back of the bus. We'd have to ask that question of MBTA staff.
The Public Works Director is correct. These are funded by federal grants. So federal compliance with ADA is a big requirement. And the Public Works Director is correct based on my recall. These have the kneeling entry point. So it hopefully will be more accessible for the veterans.
And actually, I just want to add to that, being on the NVTA board along with the Vice Mayor, some of the new buses that have come out have mid-side, I guess I should say, middle access not the front access. And it is meant so that they get a wheelchair directly onto that middle level that doesn't have steps to go up. And they're able to attach and secure the wheelchairs on that floor, basically, with several spaces that are left open, either with flip down seats or no seats at all, to allow for the wheelchair use. And it's very different than the, I'll say, the old version with the lift that constantly broke down on the trolley and always took it out of service.
Because it was my understanding, when I was on MBTA a while ago when I looked into this, a lot of the veterans, as we all know, use those scooters. The scooters are much heavier than the wheelchairs. And this is just my understanding. It's not a fact. So maybe we could look into that. And when I've talked to some of the trolley drivers, they said that for the scooters to get on, all they have to have is, well, for better use of a term, more heavyweight of a lift. So if that is something that we just need to design up front and it's possible, I would just, thought maybe somebody could look into that.
We absolutely need to confirm what we're talking about. I'm looking at, in the slide that's presented here, it happens to be the B design, which is the upper right corner, the bumblebee. Okay. That graphic is right on the center, the middle doors. Okay. I believe that is where, but in case this is a different design than I've seen that they have literally rolled out, because it has been over a year, maybe two. But there was, I think, center loading, middle loading for that. I don't know if there was a weight issue with the ability to have those lifts go up. Okay. Motorized wheelchairs and the scooters certainly have significant weight to them. We would not accept one of these as an option for Yountville if that capability wasn't there. So we certainly follow up and make sure it is.
Okay, thank you.
So Eric, I think you're asking, do we like one or more or none of these three designs? Apparently it's either you like a bumblebee, an owl, or a butterfly. And then we have some other, probably a little bit, maybe not more important feedback to give you on that. But that's one of the things you need to hear from us.
Correct. They the buses have been designed, and these are just renderings of 3 of the 4 designs. Apparently there's a 4th rendering that we haven't received yet that will have a hawk on it, is what I understand. So it's really just your preference of the pictures that will be on the bus and the color.
And there is modification of the color schemes as seen here, that some have some different gradient shades of color than others. So great, thank you. Councilmember Knight, question?
Thank you. Just a quick question, and I have a question about the use of will we lose the use of the other trolleys for events, or do they go away? And my only comment about these buses, that they're all beautiful, but I share the concern that they be useful for the veterans and the equipment they use, and also that this bus isn't too long that it becomes a hindrance in our neighborhoods. So hopefully it's a smaller bus and it'll fit our needs as well.
Way too big for me.
So my question is, will we still have access to the trolley?
My understanding is those are being retired. They are.
That is correct, Mayor.
They constantly break down, especially the wheelchair lift. They are not fuel efficient. Part of the whole point is transitioning to electric, non-polluting options going forward. NVTA is trying to transition, as they can afford to, more and more non-polluting vehicles in the fleet.
That's correct, Mayor. And I'm again going to try to reiterate that this was all part of the original discussion. We were I think we were the first public entity to support NVTA with this application. And my recall is that, as yours as the Public Works Director, that these are comparable size, because for us, one, we wanted a reliable vehicle, and secondly, if it couldn't navigate the community and our neighborhoods and our networks, that wasn't going to be of value. So I think it's small. It is a small bus that looks big in this graphic, but the two trolleys are property of NVTA, and they will be probably surplused out of their fleet.
What I can assure everyone is that, and I'm saying this on behalf of our staff, we will make sure we know what the length of the bus is and the ability to navigate at least as well, if not better, than the existing trolleys. My guess is they probably have better mobility and navigation ability, steering,
Yeah,
than what we have.
Mayor, my belief is that this was a big part of the evaluation that the NVTA staff went, because that's exactly, this is that small bus that's also a similar format will be used in Calistoga and St. Helena, but we will confirm that.
And one of the other elements I'm fairly certain of, again, we're going to find out all the specs on this, is air conditioning, which did not exist typically. We did have one of the trolleys that allegedly had air conditioning, but I don't know how often it ever worked. And so we will follow up before we finalize an agreement, but let's not lose sight on the fact that it's not just about the design, it's about the charging station and the use of space at our courtyard, and what that agreement might look like. So are there any other questions about that part of the proposal? Joe, do you have any concerns about that footprint being used and the access in and out of NVTA vehicles and personnel?
No, Mayor. It's our understanding these buses are the same basic size as the trolley. So there's 2 trolleys there now. They're only going to have one of these buses in the yard at any one time. They're giving us 2 EV charging stations. So it's a benefit. We think that as we transition into EV fleet ourselves at some point, that it will be a benefit to us as well, since we'll be able to use those charging stations as well as other charging stations that we'll have to probably construct, service our own fleet. But initially, we'll be able to benefit from these charging stations just as much as the NVTA shuttle will be able to benefit from it. So we don't see any problem with it. We see it as a net improvement and an overall benefit to the town, both in terms of reducing greenhouse gases and having EV infrastructure in our municipal yard.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions before we definitely need to hear feedback on, well, we will be voting on whether we agree on the contract, but also we need to get feedback on the color scheme and design, if there is a clear preference or not. So Councilmember Mueller.
I don't have any more questions. I was just going to vote for the B, because every time I see a B now, it reminds me of Be Kind. So my vote's for the B. The color, well, let's see. I kind of like the color on the B too, because it's more, you can see it coming. It's always good to be able to see a bus coming. So
especially if it's electric.
Especially if it's electric and you can't hear it. And there's a lot of people who mostly won't admit it, but they're a little hard of hearing. So I like the yellow and orange with the B.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. I think that this will be an advantage for the town and for residents and also the veterans. And I really do like the bee because we are in an ag preserve and bees are very important to the agriculture. But on the other hand, I really like the colors of the butterfly bus. So either one of those would be my preference, although I do love owls. Thank you.
So you covered all 3. And we're not going to hold it against that you don't like hawks. We're just going to assume because it's not here. You couldn't.
Oh no, I like raptors too, John.
Yes, I know. Additional comments, either
Sure.
Councilmember Knight, go ahead.
Thank you. All these buses will be a wonderful. The electric buses will be a great addition to the community, and I support Councilmember Mueller's suggestion of the B, especially because of the brightness of that vehicle. That it'll be people will see it better in the evening time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Dorman, your thoughts?
I'm firmly in the B column. So, and my only process question is, I think, Mayor, you made a really good point when you said, you know, are we going to be able to accept this if we cannot load our senior population? So if we go with the agreement tonight as presented, and it turns out it's not useful to us, how would that work?
I won't sign it.
Okay, thank you. All I need to hear.
Yes, let's see. We have all the other comments. I'm certainly going to agree with the B at this point. It's a 4-0. I'm not going to go against it. Another thing that I wanted to just highlight about the color scheme, the standard, I'll call it, the standard Vine buses are principally of a gray nature. And what is distinctive about this, we lose the cable car trolley look, but we gain a very unique color vehicle. Critical is the electric non-polluting. Absolutely, that's like the number one advantage. Number two advantage is having a vehicle that doesn't break down all the time, which will be very welcome. But also, I think this stands out. It's a vibrant, kind of fun looking vehicle. My concern when we lose that trolley is it goes back to what looks like a very old, outdated van that people don't want to get on because it's not welcoming. And I think this has a kind of a fun, creative look to it, as well as functionality. So not surprising, we agree that we prefer the B choice. We are going to confirm its length, its capabilities to maneuver in our residential neighborhoods, because we aren't like an urban grid that has a lot of large intersections and 90-degree turns. So we'll confirm that. We'll confirm the ADA accessibility and the ease of access, not just for motorized wheelchairs, but also for canes, walkers, those with limited walking mobility as well. So we will look very specifically about those features and how they fit the characteristics of our community, because that's going to be, fundamental to us accepting this. It sounds like everyone is comfortable with the license agreement related to the electric charging stations and all of those details, and the location of that, which is pretty much the same spot as the trolleys have been operating so far. So Councilmember Moeller.
Just one more item. I mean, I learned a lot about the trolley originally when I heard from a lot of the veterans. Also, some of our older population, as you mentioned, if the chassis, I heard that with a trolley, which may not be the case here, but when you look into those details, if the chassis is really high, that first step is sometimes just too high for some of our older population. So they didn't take it. And so they would end up driving, and we needed more, ADA spots and all that stuff. So if you could add that to your detail of, can, an older person that has limited mobility really get up to that first step. And a lot of times they have very limited upper body strength, so they can't really grab those handles up there too. So
yeah, it'll either, we'll confirm it's either a kneel down, so it lowers that first step,
right,
or it has a retractable first step to allow them a much shorter access from sidewalk or street level up to that first level. Yeah.
And so, and make, we'll get to the driver later, but the driver has to acknowledge that this is an older person, and they can't lean in and scream at him to do it. So anyway, those are all the things I've dealt with over the years. So we'll worry about that. So anyway, I'm fine with the agreement. Do we need
we'll worry about the service level another time.
Exactly.
So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution as presented then, with the recommendation of the B design and confirmation of the requirements for accessibility.
Right.
So moved.
I'll second.
Councilmember Dornbecker motion, seconded by Councilmember Moeller. Michelle, voice vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller.
Yes.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman.
A buzzy yes.
And Mayor Dunbar.
And before I give you my yes, I just remembered I didn't ask you about public comment, but I don't think we have any on this item, do we?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do not have any public comment on this item.
In that case, I will say yes.
Okay.
So that is unanimous. Thank you all very much. And we look forward to that. It has been years, I think it is, in the making. So that will be great. And we, Erica, we don't have a timeline on delivery yet, do we?
No, it's slated. They haven't given us a time exact. It'll be this year, but I don't have a time frame yet. I believe in the fall.
If we could just add that to the list of questions that we're going to follow up with them, if they could give us just a ballpark. I'm sure they're not going to give us a date certain, but if we could get a season at least to get a sense of it, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation also. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to the last two. I was going to ask the last two administrative items before we take a break, but did I hear? Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, so I just heard back from MVTA. The access is in the front, bike racks and a wheelchair lift, a very low floor. People can board and alight even with sidewalks. So it boards right from the sidewalk. It kneels down like we talked about, and it's completely ADA accessible, and will also include accommodations for chairlift and bikes. And
what took you so long?
Yeah.
Yeah, what took you so long to get the answers? It took you 30 seconds.
And the trolley is 32 feet long, and the bus is 30 feet long.
Oh, sure.
So it's short on 2 feet. There you go.
We try to deliver, Mayor.
Right. Except that I just had my lights go out. And Jason has to shoot back out here to activate. There you go. You definitely getting your 10,000 steps in today. So if we can potentially quickly get through the last two administrative items, then we will take a quick comfort break, stretch your legs, etc., before we go back to our public hearing. So let's go on to, and I believe we have a guest that's going to join us, Kimberly Cook from the Arts Commission. So I'm delaying going forward while we bring her in. But this is the next item, Art Walk, the slingshot sculpture. Be very careful when you try to say that. Consider adoption of resolution number 21-4035, authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement accepting the gift of the sculpture titled Slingshot by artist Gregory Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Kim will be joining us shortly. So in the staff report, I will be brief. We have received a generous offer from the artist of the sculpture Slingshot, which is located at the corner of California and Washington, or excuse me, California, Washington and Yount, in front of the community center. And the sculpture was installed in July of 2019 in that location, and it's set to expire in July there. The artist reached out to the commission this fall and offered the sculpture to be gifted to the town at the end of the term for an additional stipend of $2,500, which Yountville Arts Commission currently has budgeted. The artist is entering into retirement, and he's looking to have his sculptures gifted to different places for future displays. The value of the sculpture is just over $24,000. And if accepted, the town would fully own the sculpture and could place it somewhere else, could put it in storage, could gift it to another entity, could sell it at some point. So we would have full ability to do with what we would want. Yountville Arts Commission has not identified a new location for the sculpture, but they do not desire to leave it in that prime location after it expires in July. One thing that I neglected to include in the staff report was this artist was recently chosen in November. He was commissioned to create a bronze sculpture of John Lewis, which is being installed in Atlanta, Georgia. So he has some very esteemed installations around the country as well. And for Yountville to then own a piece of his art would be we believe, a great asset. So the Arts Commission voted unanimously to bring this forward for your review. If you do approve it, you would be authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with the artist to accept the sculpture. And we would work with the town attorney to make sure that that contract was clear, that the town then had full ownership and rights to do with it what we wish. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And Kim is also here to answer any questions.
Thank you, and welcome Kim Cook, representing our Arts Commission. Sounds like a pretty good deal, Samantha. It's rather generous.
It was very generous.
I'll invite Kim, if you'd like to add anything further, maybe a perspective from the commission, if you'd like to share with us before we proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. I think Samantha pretty much covered all the details. It's just a very kind and generous offer that we've had from the artist, and a unique opportunity that I believe has come to us, the Arts Commission, because we are very supportive of our artists, and we are very easy to work with. So I think it's a very not well deserved. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for, but it's just a very nice offer, and I think we could do a lot of good with it. It could stay where it is until we find something else, but we are also working on finding something else for that prominent position.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
Questions or comments from the council? Yes, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. I just want to once again say thank you so much to the Arts Commission and the arts commissioners who represent us. They do an outstanding job with Samantha as their inspiration, I know. And I want to thank them very much. I think this is we should accept it with appreciation. And I really, really love how much they have done for our town. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Muller.
I wholeheartedly support this. This is a very great and generous offer. I also think we ought to have a pretty special note, maybe signed by the council, and one of those special bottles of wine that somehow our town manager always seems to find on special occasions, sent to the artist. So have my full support.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Councilmember Knight.
I agree. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Ms. Cook, and the Arts Commission. What a great opportunity for the community. I support.
Vice Mayor.
I am in 1000% agreement, and I would like to make a motion if that is timely.
You don't want me to be able to say anything?
I want, yes, please. That's why I said, is it timely?
No, it is not timely.
Okay.
But you can keep your hand raised. I'll be right back to you in just a moment. My only comment is, and the only feedback I gave when I first heard about this was the hesitation to have it remain at that location as a permanent installation. And I have learned then and repeated tonight that it is mobile. I think that is a marquee location that has, I think, benefited us by being a rotational location. And so I wholeheartedly support receiving the art. And my only comment is that it be located not immediately if we don't have a new replacement for that spot in front of Community Hall, but eventually finding a permanent location or even another location, just so it doesn't stay put in that one spot that has served us very well for transitioning the art experience. And so I appreciate that the commission supports that idea. Certainly, I think it's a wonderful, generous gesture. And I think it also speaks to our commission's reputation and the credibility that has been built by Yountville's commitment to the arts and the Art Walk in particular. It really has become, over the many years now, a distinct element and a feature of our community. So with that, the timing now is appropriate for the Vice Mayor for a motion.
Thank you. I move adoption of resolution number 21-4035, authorizing town manager to enter into an agreement accepting the gift of the sculpture titled Slingshot by artist Gregory Johnson.
I second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Dorman, second Councilmember Dornbecker. Vote please, Michelle.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is unanimous. Thank you again, Kim. Please pass along to your fellow commissioners our appreciation for all that you are doing to bring the arts to all of us. Samantha also for managing all of this, and just the fact that years ago we didn't even know how to accept a public gift like this when we received Chaos Pamplona, and now we've got a template basically, which is fabulous. And the significant revenue generating over the last 12 to even maybe 18 months through the Art Walk has really been exceptional. So congratulations. And this is well deserved, Kim, I do think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I agree with Member Mueller's idea of sending the artist a little bit of wine to say thank you.
Absolutely.
It's what we do.
It is what we do. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Kim. Thanks for that vote, and that very much appreciate Mr. Johnson's generosity. Okay, before we take a break, we're going to go to our leaf blower incentive program item on 10F, discussion and possible direction regarding the gas-powered leaf blower ordinance incentive program. And I believe we are coming back to Erica. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor and Council, we're here today to discuss the proposed leaf blower ordinance incentive program. On October 20th, 2020, after much discussion, Council approved an ordinance banning the use of gas-powered leaf blowers within the town and directed staff to develop an education campaign as well as an incentive program. At the December 1st, 2020 meeting, staff presented an outline of the proposed programs and received council feedback. I will highlight the concerns and how we plan to address them now. There was an interest in incentivizing the purchase of combo blower vacuum units. Staff is proposing a higher subsidy of $150 to residents who purchase a vacuum blower unit as compared to the $125 subsidy for non-vacuum units. Staff does not anticipate commercial use of vacuum units at this time, just due to the lack in technology, which is why we haven't suggested an incentive for commercial operators. There was a request for sample costs of units. The units range anywhere from $40 all the way to $300 for the sort of residential grade units, and up to $1,200 and more for commercial grade. I've attached, there's a matrix, a cost matrix in the staff report. There was a desire to limit one subsidy per household and business. And this is going to be noted on both applications so that the applicants are aware. There was an interest in tiered commercial subsidies determined by number of accounts. Staff is proposing landscape businesses with 1 to 3 accounts would receive a $200 subsidy, and those businesses with 4 or more accounts would receive a $350 subsidy. All landscape businesses will be required to provide account names and addresses so that we can verify. Desire to prioritize businesses that already have a current business license. Staff will be distributing flyers to every landscape business with a current business license in town prior to distribution to businesses without a current business license or new enrollees. Staff is proposing the incentive program be available to any individual residing within the town of Yountville or commercial operator with a town of Yountville business license. Applicants will be required to file an application with the town, provide proof of purchase, and either proof of residency or a valid town of Yountville business license in order to qualify for the subsidy. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and there's one other thing I wanted to add. I apologize. The town was also received a $2,000 contribution from the local Sierra Club towards our campaign program. So I just wanted to note that.
Nice.
Yes, thank you. I had a note to thank Chris Benz and the Napa Sierra Club. So we'll just go ahead and do that now for that $2,000 grant. That was very generous, recognizing our effort there. Quick question, then I'll ask for other questions from the council. Erica, when we're referencing commercial operators, I'm assuming you're talking about commercial landscape companies. What about our hotels and other business owner operators that have their own landscaping staff? I'm assuming it's mostly hotels that would be in this particular situation, not so much like somebody that has a restaurant that probably has a commercial operator. But what about hotels that have their own staff? Do they fit in this somewhere?
I believe so. Steve, I mean, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Erica. I think what we can do is slot them in at the 200 under the business, and we'll write up a category that is Yountville-based commercial, because you have the two hotels, the French Laundry Garden comes to mind, and or that would be one thought, or to put them at the 350. Either way would be appropriate. We can just include that.
Is that then are we proposing the, so that's just a flat fee?
What, right.
As opposed to, what I'm getting at is you have a large hotel property that clearly has got more than one landscaper. Do we apply it or not? And if so, do we have a special category for that kind of situation that we might need to add?
We'll write them in and put them in at the 350 level. And then the idea behind the flat is, with the commercial, we're not going to get into whether they're buying equipment or whether they're buying batteries or electric cords. We will accept any of those as a legitimate expense for the commercial operators.
And are they showing, I know that we have and I really like how you've broken down and responded to our requests for information. Erica, thank you. Do we have a proof of receipt, sale receipt on something to confirm that they spent it the right way? And if so, is it a one-time purchase and then they get the subsidy one time? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, we can't afford to continuity to process it. So when we write out, and this will also, I think, as we fine tune this will allow us to customize a little bit of the letters, because we can send the letter to the Yountville businesses that we mentioned on this, let them know that if they want to go purchase additional batteries, new equipment, please put it on one submittal and one submittal only. And if they can give us receipts for more than 350, they'll get 350.
Thank you.
We'll work on that being in the application form to make it easy for people. And we also need to make it easy, because I do need to remind the council that while we put the $30,000 for the subsidy program, we haven't funded, outside of the grant, the public education and all of the elements that go into that. They're coming out of the town manager contingency budget, which is why we have the town manager contingency budget for these things, because we have a fairly robust, Erica mentioned just briefly, but we've got a format for 2 letters going out to the homeowners, letters going out to not only Yountville businesses, but We've been in communication with the city of Napa, county of Napa. And then we're also going to be doing we're going to follow on the success of our wear your mask signs and work with some neighbors to get them into the neighborhood, because we realize that that's where we have to go with our landscapers. So we've got to get some signage where the landscapers are, because most of them, we're going to ask the homeowners to share the letter we're doing, and all of it's going to be bilingual. And it's really, we're very excited by the encouragement of the local Sierra Club chapter to support our outreach.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. And thank you, Erica, for the report. I'm delighted to see this. And my only concern is that I fear that the commercial subsidies will fall short of what will entice the landscape businesses to go for it, at changing over to gasoline changing over from gasoline to the electric motor ones. And I'm wondering if we might, have we considered revisiting this in a year and evaluating how well this has happened? Maybe this is a question for town manager, because I would like to make sure that, and when we are in a better financial situation, I'm glad that we've, designated the $30,000, but I fear that it's going to be gone in a moment. And so I just would like to be able to revisit this for next budget so that we can see how that worked, and if there is if we've done extremely well and we can add money, that we do that.
I think we actually have already, I'm going to jump in there, Steve. We already made that, we had that conversation, I think, as we were going through this process, and agreed that if this is successful, we can anticipate trying to find more budget to put toward this. And as you know, being on the Climate Action Committee at the county level with me, there's a lot of interest in expanding this countywide. When we start to see that kind of behavior, we're going to capture a lot of the commercial operators that are not based in Yountville that operate in Yountville. And so I think there's that ability to expand and have greater reach that we don't necessarily have to fund ourselves, because there are going to be other jurisdictions that I think will be joining along as they see us finalize this deal.
But two things I'll just add. One, we can always review any of your programs in terms of their effectiveness and potential funding through that. Because I do want to remind everybody that our focus right now is to finalize the program so that we can get the PR and the education outreach going, hopefully as early as March, so that people are ready and prepared, will have purchased their equipment before the July 1 effective date. So that's our focus. And I just made a note also, Erica, that will include the several large HOAs as being eligible for the larger, depending on whether they contract out or something, but we'll put some footnotes in if that's the council's intent. But that's really our first focus. And then we will have, I think we're going to have a similar or higher level of enforcement concern, because, even with all of this outreach, there are going to be neighbors that expect their neighbor to not have a landscaper using a gas leaf blower, and we're still going to have violations. So we will have some ongoing education and outreach. It would be great if more agencies joined us, because then there would be greater motivation on the part of the industry to make the transition.
Well, I'm thrilled that, as the mayor mentioned, we serve on the County Climate Action Plan Committee, and there's a lot of enthusiasm around this, and I'm proud of us for having made the step, and we're sort of pushing them along. So, well, good. It makes me feel better. I want to make sure that it's a success, and a lot of the landscapers are small companies.
And actually, council member, you make a really good point, and that's why we look at, there are some large companies that in many cases they have a diverse replacement program. A lot of our residents have a part-time or a small company, and they aren't using the large commercial equipment. For the most part, they're using the mid-range equipment, which is one of the reasons when we started looking what was really out there, why we started analyzing that. That's the equipment. They buy a blower, it goes for a couple of years and they replace it. So that's where we feel more comfortable that for those you know, that are interested, we're giving them enough of a reason to do it. I've already heard from some that they go, oh, we're probably not interested. You know, we'll comply, but we're not interested in the grant program. So, you know, we'll just see where that goes.
Okay.
And I think that, yeah, I'm sorry. It's really helpful to have this chart of the costs of some of the equipment we're talking about, because it does give us a sense of how wide this might go. And I think one of the reasons that we wanted to keep the subsidies modest and not commit ourselves to like full payment of equipment is so we could really get a broad the section of the landscaping sector on board with this. You know what? And if we see that we have X number that take us up on the subsidy, and we have some money left over, and we feel like they would put it toward a second piece of equipment, we can have that conversation. I have a feeling it's going to be the other way, which is we're going to spend all the budgeted money because we're going to have a very popular program for people to respond to. So, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank Erica and Joe. When I look at the communication program you've devised and set up, I think it's that's what the value really is there, is that you put a lot of thought into how we communicate this to the vendors and the residents, and it looks like a very good program. And so I support it. I just share Councilmember Dornbecker's concern that, you know, we just stay flexible. I assume landscapers or the hotels will have people, if we want to encourage them to use electric or primarily the commercial ones, battery powered, that they'll be spending all day with their equipment. And so there needs to be funds to make it worth their while to be able to purchase multiple batteries and maybe a backup equipment, so that it's profitable and productive for them to use this technology. So thank you for the report, and I support the ordinance.
Thank you. And I just want to remind folks that at one point when we were talking about this early on, we also talked about trying to get corporate participation. As we finalize this and have an actual subsidy program in place, we may find out that one or more of these companies might want to participate from a PR standpoint in the subsidy program as well and be a partner. We can certainly hope for that going forward. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Teagarden, for the report. This first question is a follow-up to something I think I understood Town Manager to say, and that, is there a way for a business or a resident to get more than $350 in rebate?
Not as proposed.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you on that. And then let's say somebody has a 3-year-old battery unit. Are we proposing to pay them up to $350 for a business to go and buy 2 or 3 more batteries, or if it's electric, to go and buy 2 or 3 more cords?
We're going to allow them to make the best business decision on what allows them to utilize their equipment. So if they've got a good electric device and they need 2 or more batteries to help make them get through the whole day, we're going to leave them to that to their discretion. We'll write that language a little tighter, and that will apply on the commercial side. On the residential side, we're simply going to make it simple. You know, you need to buy the device. You can choose electric or a battery for either the blower or the vacuum.
So if a resident has a battery powered, we would not buy them a new battery?
We're not proposing that because that's getting us into a whole level of detail. If that's something the council wants to go into, you can add that to the portfolio. That becomes harder, but I mean, if that is your discretion, in most cases, many of those pieces of equipment, they're a multi-battery, homeowner grade, they use them for other different things. But I mean, certainly, perhaps if you wanted to do something so we can resolve everything tonight, if you want to have a $50 battery only residential, then we're done.
Okay. And then I have one, I guess, budget concern, because I did ask Ms. Teagarden about the staff costs that would be involved in administering the program. And at least at that time, the answer was every rebate issued will cost the town approximately $200 in staff resources, which really could drive up the price. I mean, I know some of it is real money we're giving out, and some of it is money that we're paying our staff to do that job, but it does take staff away from other things they might be doing.
Well,
so I just wanted to bring that up to see if there was some discussion about that, because it really could effectively double the 30 to 60.
It does, and I'm going to be very candid. Part of it is we have the marketing cost, all the staff time that it's gone into the current program development. We're going to, Erica and her team, I should say Erica, the Public Works will be receiving it, and then we process it, prepare it, then it goes to finance for a check issuance and goes out. So you've got multiple touches, a department or my signing off and reviewing it, program details. So there is some administrative cost. Now, again, part of this in this initial push, just like many other endeavors when the council approves something, we think we can do this, but you're correct. The staff that is currently doing that, because we're not adding any more front office staff, this will be a big focus for Erica for a period of time until, and then we'll move on to something else. So it's not insurmountable, but that's why we're also trying to do it in simpler and measured steps. I mean, we have some experience with rebate programs, the Cash for Grass program. Now there we get some cost offset by how the grant is structured. We've administered in-house the low flow toilet rebate. But again, we're signing up to support the council and the community objective from the climate action. So this will be a staff internalization of a lot of costs. But you asked the question, and we're letting you know that there's 3 or 4 hands touched in this to get it from in and out to completion.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I know we have one public comment from Pam Reeves coming. Question, maybe this is for Joe. I saw only one vacuum combo on the list, I believe. Do you know the value from obviously there's an air pollution value with the vacuum. What about noise? Do you know the vacuums just as noisy, less noisy? It's very similar to a blower. I'm just wondering if the incentive to get the vacuum should be more than $25 if there's a lot more value. If there's not more value, do you have experience with that, Joe?
I don't have much experience with it, Mayor. The town manager does have a vacuum unit. I would say that the units we looked at, there wasn't a lot of choices. They were mostly homeowner grade. It's basically a blower with some kind of a switch on it that changes it to a vacuum. So I imagine it's somewhere in the same range of power and noise as a blower. Right now, as on the commercial side, the technology just isn't there on the battery powered units to support much in the way of incentive for a commercial owner. The residential side, like I said, we only found one unit that we could identify that was available in this area. I'm sure if you went online, you might find a few more, but just not a lot of that technology hasn't quite evolved yet.
as the homeowner residential operator that has experience with this, it is the similar noise to the when it's in a blower mode. It's a slightly perhaps noisier in a vacuum mode. Mine also grinds leaves, so when you go to put it in your bin, or you can use it as mulch. So I mean, from that standpoint, mine's electric plug rather than a battery. I personally have found that the acquisition of the device plus the 100-foot electrical cord, I plug in once in the front yard, once in the backyard. It lets me do what I need to do. I'm a little concerned after all the point about the ladybugs that I probably have sucked up, but hopefully they went back into the compost or the mulch. But you know, from that standpoint, I blow a little bit and then I pick them up, and it's really good during the fall for leaves is when I principally use it, because as many of you know, I have a fairly tree lawn backyard.
Yes. Okay, thanks. That's helpful. I think what we can do, and again, Erica, thank you for the breakdown here. It's really very clear and gives us a lot of information to base our decision on. I think and we'll hear from our public comment, but I support what you're presenting. And if we need to modify this going forward because we see things evolve, then we'll have that conversation then. I think we should launch this and get it moving and see what happens. Let's hear the one. I believe we have one public comment from Pam Reeves. Is that correct?
Yes,
Michelle?
thank you, Mayor. From Pam Reeves, it feels like the subsidies for the commercial users might need to be higher. In reality, they will need more batteries and a higher quality piece of equipment. Homeowners will probably just need something small and have only one battery and charger, or maybe share a battery with another piece of equipment they already own. But the landscapers will probably be entering the electric/battery operated equipment market from scratch, and we want this to be successful and not too painful. Residents will suffer if their yard workers just decide to quit servicing Yountville because of the expense. Another brand not on staff's list, EGO backpack blower, around $199 with battery, $399 with battery/charger. So you can see the lion's share of the expense is the batteries and charger. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you.
And no other comments have come in.
Thanks very much. I think Councilmember Knight's going to be very busy during his day job now if and we're proceeding with this. He'll be the go-to expert. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Before we conclude discussion, I would like to put forward that because of the staff costs, moving us from 30 to 60, to say nothing of the marketing costs, and although they come out of the town manager contingency budget, it is still dollars, that we go to 15 or 20,000, and as Councilmember Dornbecker suggested, make a commitment to look at it again in 6 months, and let's see, maybe our staff costs are less, maybe they're more, maybe we want to do bigger rebates, maybe we want to do residential battery, but I would suggest we do that, because going from 30 to 60 plus is pretty big in this economic time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
Let me raise my
Councilmember
hand.
Moeller, go ahead.
Okay. As soon as I find my hand. I support what staff has presented. I think this looks very reasonable in terms of how we're going to outlay to residents versus a commercial account with 1 to 3 versus greater than 4. I'm just gonna look at my crystal ball. I think we're going to have staff is going to get a lot of phone calls Monday through Friday when people aren't complying once this goes into effect in July. I also predicting that some of our gardening services might decide to raise your rates. This is much like a regulatory action with water, garbage, any of that stuff. So I think residents hopefully that the gardeners won't go crazy and really will embrace this whole concept. But I think we should prepare for that, and people should acknowledge that could happen. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Councilmember Dornbecker, are you trying to raise your hand over there? I can't, yes, you were. Your mute button, please.
Sorry. I think that, as you said, Mayor Dunbar, because the whole county and all of the municipalities in it are also thinking about doing what we're doing, because it has really ignited the desire to get everybody on board. I think that, you know, we can go ahead feeling pretty confident that this is going to work. And I would be happy to work on trying to find help find a sponsor, you know, an industry sponsor who makes them, who wants to, you know, get some good press out of it. Anyway, so I just think that the easier we can make it for the landscapers, the happier I'll be. But on the other hand, it's time we need to do it. And so I support it. And that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Knight.
Just a short comment. I appreciate the Vice Mayor's concerns about the budget, especially in these times, but I continue to support the staff recommendation, and we're at a time when we really are stepping forward and trying and taking leadership in the Valley to improve take actions, climate change actions. And so unfortunately there's a little cost to that when we're innovative and out front. So I continue to support the staff proposal.
Thank you. And I also appreciate, Vice Mayor, your eye on the budget, but I think we need to be bold about this. I think we heard nearly unanimous support for the concept over the last year, and it has really resonated countywide. And I think that we can make not just a difference with what's happening in our neighborhoods, but a statement about our commitment to cleaner commercial activity in landscaping. And so I can support it at 30,000. And if the costs are higher than that to execute what we want to do, we can reconsider that as well. We just heard that our CIP has reduced by almost $500,000 their anticipated project list, and I think there's a nominal financial commitment to have what could be a fairly sizable benefit. And that's why I made the comment earlier about we do need to be flexible and nimble and see how this rolls out. And we can revisit it like we do everything with our budget, with budget adjustments, with reviews, with our workshops. So I think we're going to get a sense in the next few weeks, a couple months, how this is going to resonate with our community and also the business sector, the landscape community. So if we need to modify what we're doing, once we get a better sense of how popular this is going to be, then we can have another conversation. But I do like the idea of making a strong statement about our commitment to the health and clean air. I mean, nobody's opposed to clean air. I get that, but I do like the idea of making this very reasonable and positive and noticeable step forward. So I'll entertain a motion if someone's ready to make a motion to adopt the incentive program as it's presented.
So moved. I would love to make a motion to adopt the incentive program as presented. Thank you.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilmember Mueller, second. Councilmember Dornbecker, I heard. Let's go ahead and take a vote, please.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman?
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that passes unanimously. Thank you. And as with everything, I appreciate that we are being budget conscious. And so it makes sense to talk through, especially when it's a brand new program. We don't know exactly how it's going to roll out. So it's certainly worth that analysis. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break, and please try to keep it to 5 minutes. You're all at home anyway. You don't need more than 5 minutes. Stretch your legs if you need to, but please, let's be back by 7:04. We have a public hearing that we'll be getting lined up as soon as we're back in 5 minutes. Thank you. And we are back to continue our meeting. We are going back to our public hearing, which is item 9 that we pushed back to this time. It is a continuation of the hearing that was previously started, considering a use permit amendment request by Demaney Estates, considering adoption of resolution number 21-4033 for use permit amendment for professional office use at 2080 Humboldt Street. And here it says for a maximum of 7 employees. So we are continuing the public hearing, and I will hand it back over to Sandra Liston.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. As you know, this item last came before you on January 5th, and at that meeting, the council could not lend its support to the application to increase employee count from 4 to 13 for this professional office use. And the council shared that it could not make the findings for a use permit, and that the use was not compatible with the residential scaled commercial zoning district, and that this intensification of use would result in a number of impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, including traffic and parking being the most significant of those. So the council did express some willingness to consider a revised application of something more than 4, but something less than 13. It continued the public hearing until tonight and asked the applicant and staff to try to further refine this employee count. And so the recommendation is before you, and we think that we've struck the balance between the needs of the applicant for a viable office use, and then as well as mitigating the employee impacts to the neighborhood. And I want to start with sharing some of the things we looked at when we were looking at the idea of employee count and occupancy. And the first thing was something that we heard at the January 5th meeting, and that was that there was a lack of clarity when this project was originally approved. And I think we can say that was true. The items that came before the council were a rezone application followed by design review, and those approvals do not explicitly state a maximum employee count. And that's because a professional office use is permitted, and so it was staff that approved the administrative use permit when Demaney sought to use the space. And in negotiations with the applicant at that time, we based a fair employee count on the parking that could be accommodated, and it is a 5-space parking lot for this office use, one of those spaces of which is ADA accessible. And so that number 4 really drove that decision for us based on a town council's policy on mitigating employee parking impacts. So, you know, we also looked at the size of this building and considering employee count, and it is about a 1,500 square foot structure. And while the 3 individual offices are not really large, let's say, and they can't accommodate multiple employees, there is room for a greater building occupancy, at least when you look at the California Building Code. And of course, that code is looking at things like exiting and public safety. So the council's use permit process goes beyond that and looks at other issues, but in simple terms of occupancy, the building is large enough for more employees. We also looked at some of the public comment that was submitted at that meeting in January, and we received a number of letters opposed to the increased employee count, noting the traffic impacts on Humboldt already, and saying that the area was burdened by the employee parking impact. Notably, the adjoining neighbors submitted a letter of opposition to the 13 employees, raising those very issues. But then she was under a belief that there were simply for 2 employees, and so she submitted a letter of support that she had no level of objection to that smaller level of intensification. And so staff took all those items together to think we had issued the staff approval for the 4 spaces based on 4 employees based on the spaces in the lot, with the additional 2 that the immediate neighbor was not opposed to. That was 6 or 7 if you were to count all 5 in the lot, including the accessible space. And that employee count of 7 would allow the applicant to use all 3 of the individual private offices to have a reception in the foyer of the building, and then to utilize that shared workspace that functions as the conference room, copy, and storage areas for 3 shared workstations. I did speak with the applicant today, and she believes that 7 is too low, so I think that she'll be presenting her arguments for a greater number of employees. The staff believes that 7 is a fair number for the building, but what's more, and it also mitigates the employee parking impact. And the reason we believe so is that all of the holders of use permits for the council are required to participate in the employee parking management program. That's a program we've had in place since 2015. And it's included as a condition of approval, that participation when use permits are approved. That program's goals are twofold. One is to require as many employees as can park on site to do so. In this case, that's at least 4. And then to require or to designate approved parking locations off-site. And the idea is to get those employees out of residential districts so that they don't impact the residential community, and to areas that can better accommodate that level of traffic and all the associated impacts. And so that's either adjacent to a commercial zone or a public use. And so, like I said, the requirement to participate in the employee parking program is a condition of use permit approval, but the specifics are generally left to staff, and that's approved in a document that staff issues to the business after approval. And we've noted in the staff report 3 areas that we think could work as what we call priority zones for parking. And what we do is we call out the first priority zone, and that's where the employees are to look for parking first. And if there's available street parking, that works. If not, they can move on to the next zone. And we've identified the block of Fennell between Yount and the Creek as the first priority, because it abuts the Hotel Bartisono, the Town of Yountville offices, the school, ball field, and then the multifamily housing at Arroyo Grande. There's a lot of parking on this block that could accommodate those 2 or 3 employees. The second priority zone that we've noted is on Yount, on the east side of the street adjacent to Town Hall, and the third would be on Fennell, east of the creek. But with only 2 or 3 spaces that may be necessary for the use, they could be accommodated easily in the zones that are noted. The council is moving toward allowing off-site parking. I do have to clarify a typo in condition of approval D in the resolution before you. We left off the words more than, and the sentence should read, at no time shall more than 3 employees park in the town's right of way. So the only other issue I want to touch upon is the idea of relocating the ADA accessible parking space from the parking lot to the Humboldt right of way in order to maximize on-site employee parking, and that would allow 5 employees to park on site. The staff report notes there are challenges in doing so because it is required to be a van accessible space, and a van accessible space must have an 8-foot wide loading and unloading zone on the passenger side of the vehicle. In this case, the built environment is very tight. We have about a 5-foot sidewalk, a little bit of landscaping, and we have the building. So it's noted that removal of landscaping would be at odds with the general plan and the policies that seek to maintain an appropriate landscape buffer between the street and a building and to avoid an overemphasis on hardscape. But staff still believes it's worth looking into because it hasn't been analyzed by a certified accessibility specialist. And we've included a condition that if the specialist is able to determine that the ADA and the implementing regulations can be met, as well as the town's general plan and design guidelines, that the ADA space shall be moved to the street and that it's designed and constructed at the applicant's expense. And in that case, we could get 5 of the employees to park on site, with 2 of them in the right of way. Otherwise, it would be a split of 4 and 2. So the recommendation for you tonight, or in the resolution, is to allow the employee count to be increased to 7. I'm here to answer any questions, and I know the applicant is here as well to represent her project. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandra. Gary, I just wanted to confirm the way I started this with continuing the hearing. Was that sufficient to acknowledge this is not a new hearing?
It was.
Great, thank you. And I want to invite, before we get into questions, actually, I'll ask if the council has any questions, then I'll go to our applicant and she can share her comments as well. Are there any questions with the additional information presented by Sandra in her continued staff report? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Liston, for the report. Thank you for all of your creativity and work on this, to you and your staff. So one of the things that you talked about in the staff report was the separation of the office and apartment leases. What would that do to the effective date of anything we might do tonight? Like if there is a lease in place or 2 leases in place, how does that all work together?
You know, there is a master lease in place, and that there is the sublease to the attorney. We were thinking that that could stay in place, although we received a letter from the applicant this afternoon stating that she would take over the residential lease in order to lease it long-term. And so that condition would apply, if approved tonight, to the applicant, that they be unbundled, and that certainly all future leases have them as rented as separate uses.
And would that be effective immediately? Could the applicant, and maybe I should just ask the applicant that, sorry. And then I also sent some, am I correct that the administrative permit that they're operating under now, the administrative use permit, that was issued to Domaney only?
It was issued to Domaney and the property owner based on Domaney's use that was represented. And that's because a use permit runs with the land. So it's, and both of the parties were applicants to that, the property owner and the tenant.
So right now we have co-permittees under the administrative use permit.
Yes.
And am I correct that I've just pulled up our municipal code for an office space? Typically it's 1 parking space per 300 square feet.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Knight.
There we go. Thank you. Just maybe one question, 2 questions to, the first one is to follow up with the Vice Mayor's question about the rental unit. If the council was considering the potential of the rental unit, it will be as a separate lease, but as a moderate income household rental unit that might, that would maybe a part of our affordable rental unit stock, would that be a condition or something that you would add to this conditional use permit? How does that something like that work in this discussion?
Staff is not proposing a condition that it be an affordable unit, but this is a use permit that is before you for consideration, so that's an option if the council wants to impose that condition. We would be satisfied if the unit were returned to residential use and rented on a long-term basis. So the conditions that we're proposing are aimed at doing that, requiring that the leases be unbundled and rented separately, that it be for at least a period of 6 months, and then that the applicant submit annually or upon a change in tenant that residential lease to us for our review to confirm that it's operating as a residential unit.
And just for background, the unit that used to be there prior to the redevelopment was a market rate unit. So that is part of the reason that the staff has a hard time recommending a condition of an affordable unit when that really wasn't part of the original development or concept. Our goal was to ensure that we have a housing unit that replaces at the same level that what was there when it was renovated.
Thank you. My only thought was if there's an opportunity somehow to encourage that rental unit to be really in function a live work unit, which is I think certainly one of our goals in the general plan, that there would be it would also would also help by in essence removing a parking space required for the parking program, which if that person actually lived on the property. So I think there's some benefit to maybe try to get there or encourage that. The other question I have is for staff is on the ADA space. I think it's intriguing the idea of to be able to potentially move that off the site so it would have use for other visitors, or it would be available for their use. And I'm curious, how far from that use could an ADA space be installed? I mean, could it be near Vanderleer Park? I mean, where it might have, where there could be use of that space for this business or the real estate city's business on the corner, or any other use? Is there a legal requirement how close it'd be to the unit, the business?
Well, there's a requirement that there be the shortest path of travel possible. So when you see where it's located in the existing lot, it's the one closest to the entry. If we were to move it, we would put it on Humboldt, immediately adjacent to this business. We wouldn't suggest moving it around the corner or moving it to the park because it's required to service this business. There are other opportunities to provide on-street ADA spaces, but because this one is tied to the business, we wouldn't recommend it being moved afar.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have several legal questions, I think, for Gary, but feel free, Gary, to tag team with Sandra if needed. So it was mentioned that the administrative use currently is approved for Domaney and the landlord. So what condition could be added to ensure that the approval is specific to this current situation? But if we wanted, i.e. office space, but if a new use were to come up in the future, could we then come back and condition that different use? Or speak to me specifically about this office use running with the land and what that means.
Sure. So professional office is what was approved in the administrative use permit. That's the amendment that's before you tonight to change conditions, intensity of that. But the same use applies, professional office. That term's not defined in the zoning code, so that's up to staff to define the term. There's historical uses by its common meaning would apply to, I would imagine, lawyers, architects, accountants, other kinds of professionals who do an office setting. So the use permit that's been approved, even though it was issued to a particular business and to the landowner, will run with the land. And that's the term we use for permits frequently. But what that means in practical terms is that a new property owner or a new business could come in without future town approval and could use it for a professional office, provided they follow all the conditions in the use permit that's approved by the council tonight, and also provided that the use has not been abandoned for 1 year or more. So if there's a delay, if a business leaves, if it shuts down, if it's not in use for that particular purpose for 12 months, It restarts at the beginning, has to come back in for a new use permit. Now, the same thing occurs if the use changes. So if there's any other different use other than a professional office, whatever that is, and there are specific uses that are listed for this zoning designation. Some require an administrative use permit, some are permitted, and some require a use permit. If it changes to any of those, it would require either a new administrative use permit from staff, similar to what was issued initially here, or another use permit that would come before council. That would happen automatically without needing to wait a year, because it's a change in use would automatically trigger a new use permit.
So could we add a condition that if any other use besides an office use, that it needs to come back to the council?
You certainly can add it in. That's in the municipal code already.
Okay, okay, it's already there. All right.
Yeah, so if it's in the municipal code, there's no harm in adding it into the use permit as a condition if you like. There's already some conditions in there that restate municipal code provisions. The abandonment of 1 year, for example, is in there as a standard condition. Just so to be clear, you certainly can add it in. But it's a normal requirement. Staff would track it. Staff's well aware of the requirement. So it's up to the council whether or not to include it.
All right, thanks. Another question I have is regarding what the staff report is suggesting, so that we get a legitimate tenant in there, is that we require a lease of at least 6 months. So can we make that a condition, as that needs to happen before this perhaps amended use goes into effect?
Well, yes. So by adding it as a condition, it is a requirement before that condition would need to be met the moment the use is, the moment the property owner and the tenant availed themselves of the benefits of the use permit. The condition would kick in, unless there's a later date put into the condition, such as within X number of months or some other triggering event in the future. It would take effect immediately. So is the question that when would the 6-month lease need to be in effect under the use? So that could be, it depends on how long or how frequently that the council is looking for that to be. Is it that any lease needs to be at least 6 months, or is that it must be leased for 6 months during the year? Perhaps we need to go back and look at the condition.
While you're looking into that, so after 6 months, say a situation arose and we couldn't, we were told that we couldn't really find anybody, and maybe nobody really wants to rent it, but maybe the rent is too high. What could we do to ensure that, say no more than 3 months goes by in between the 6 month lease, if that's the minimum we get, and the time to secure a second lease? Could we add something like that in there? Because I think all of our goals will be to make sure it's really a bona fide rental that is can secure a reasonable tenant for a reasonable amount of money.
Right. And I think the concern you're raising is, what if situations changed? What if there was some economic issue? What if there was some practical problem with doing it, but still recognizing that the town council wants that as a requirement? Might consider adding some language like best efforts, some kind of reporting requirement to the town on what those efforts have been, some kind of time frame that would trigger some information or inquiry from the town, or some kind of due diligence to look into it. I think any of those things would probably address at least some of the concerns. I think the issue, though, is requiring, when there are economic forces going on, there is a market out there, that market changes. There are practical difficulties with renting sometimes for lots of different reasons. It could be renovations, it could be any number of things that go in. It's hard to account for all of those in a use permit because they're really unpredictable in the future. And it could be difficult to monitor it and to oversee it too from a town perspective.
So with your reasonableness clause, would that kind of protect us if the rent was really high and nobody was renting it for that reason, could the town invoke the reasonableness clause?
It seems it would, because best efforts, if the rent were.
Best efforts, thank you.
Yeah, because if the rent were placed at such an unreasonably high level relative to what the market is, such that it wasn't rented, that wouldn't be a best effort to rent. So I think that.
Okay, that's what I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to ask the related question from a different direction. If there's consideration being given to a minimum length of a rental lease, what happens if that person leaves the employment? Does that person get kicked out of the apartment? And if so, that's part one. Part two of the question is, it seems like it requires, all this talk is about having it be a legitimate rental. We say it has to be for 6-month minimum. That person leaves the employment in 2 months, then do we have a mechanism to say, if this is where Councilmember Mueller was going, within the following 3 months, it must be re-rented at a reasonable best effort rate, or then what? Do they get red tagged and the business has to stop until they rent? I don't know that putting a minimum length of rental is getting us the legitimate rentals use. Does that make sense, Gary?
Yeah, I see. So like any other condition, the town would have to enforce it. So there's fines, possible revocation of the use permit if there's a serious enough violation over a period of time. I guess are you referring to the live-work arrangement essentially, or just?
Not necessarily. I know that I'm looking as an example at North Block Hotel, where an employee, not of North Block, but of an adjacent property, used to live in one of the apartments. And it was exactly what we wanted to have happen, which is provide a local employee rental at a reasonable rate, and it lasted for years. And I think in essence, that's what we're trying to have happen here again. But that person, there was no requirement they have X length lease, or that person be employed by the landlord or the tenant. I'm sorry, the tenant. So it sounds like we've gone too restrictive to try to require the outcome to be rented to somebody, not as a vacation drop-in overnight by somebody associated with the tenant, but a legitimate rental to some member of the public that could be employed by the tenant company or may not be employed by the tenant company. So I don't know how to get there, but I think that's what we're all trying to achieve with different ways to get there.
Yeah, I see. I understand the concern. I think it might be worth asking the applicant too, when you get to that stage, if there's some condition or she might have an idea of what sort of efforts could be undertaken to get there. Crafting something to account for all those different scenarios might be difficult in a use permit. I think requiring it for a minimum length of time will go a long way, because it will require, as you already pointed out, that it be a legitimate lease and not a short term or a shorter term for a vacation. Tying it to the business, I think, raises the concerns that you just raised. So I think there's issues with that too.
Not exactly the definitive answer I was hoping for, but I understand why you cannot give me a more definitive answer. Okay, Councilmember Dornbecker, another question?
Yes, please. So is the rental of the apartment tied to the use permit of the business downstairs?
So I'll take that. It's tied to the use as a whole. So it is by approving this use on that property, which applies to the whole parcel, it is a condition of the use that's being imposed. So it's a condition of the use that's being approved tonight. So in that sense, it's tied to it because everything on that parcel is subject to the use permit tonight.
But it's separate from that use permit.
No, it's all part of the same use permit. and it's all in the same building, and it's all in the same parcel. So it's all related to the same use, and the condition is imposed on the parcel as a whole. So it's separate in the sense that there will be a professional office and there will be a residential use. Both uses will be on the parcel, but it is still in the same use permit because the use permit governs the whole parcel.
So let's say that the person who rents that apartment has nothing to do with that business. Why is that person part of the use permit of that, or is that with the building and not with the business?
Correct. So the use permit, and then maybe I'm not explaining it well, but the use permit applies to the whole parcel. It doesn't apply to the business. So it's governing everything that occurs on the parcel.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I know we had a written email statement, but we also have the applicant here live. Thank you for rejoining us. So if you'd like to share, you've heard the questions, you've heard the continued staff report. If you want to expand on what we've already received by email, please go ahead, Cindy.
Absolutely, and thank you all for all your attention to this matter. It's been equally concerning to me as well. You need to understand. And I think it's to everybody's best interest that I separate the leases. And I'm totally capable of leasing that apartment out to a long-term tenant. I had three or four of them lined up when I rented it to this other tenant downstairs. So it's not hard to lease. I'm not afraid of that. The demand is high, so I'm perfectly willing to do that, and I'd like to do it immediately. The only time it would be tough to lease is if it's late in this year. Late in the year is a tough time to rent, like November, December, January. It loosens up a little bit in January, February every year. And it's with all my rental properties and my property rental management company that I own. So I do know this very well. I think we can solve the problem that way. Let me see what else. I just wanted to say, and the reason why I asked for 9 people was, again, downstairs is almost 1,600 square feet. And I designed those offices, the 3 existing offices, big enough to hold 2 or 3 desks in there. Because if I used it for my real estate office, everybody either works as a team, 2 agents as a team, with an assistant. So I had to make them big enough for 2 or 3 desks. 2 is easy. It's the size of a good sized bedroom, each room, each office. So being as though those held 2 people easily in all 3 offices, that's where when we are proposing 7, then you could have maybe there's also a room for a desk in the entry there for a receptionist. That means if you did that and had the receptionist there, then you have no use at all for the other half of the whole building. You know, it leaves that having to be empty, and you couldn't have a desk or anything else in there being productive. That's why I was asking for at least 2 more people, a total of 9 in the letter that I wrote Sandra today. Because the more I thought about it, I thought that's how I constructed the building. And until this tenant got there, I had no restriction on how many people were to be in the building. It only came up when they had issues with the town. So I'm trying to create some kind of agreement with everyone that everybody's comfortable with, but at the same time, I'm still able to keep my building rented, and it's a productive part of the community. I mean, that's why I did it to begin with. And that's why I separated it out to begin with, to offer a property upstairs, an apartment upstairs for tenants, and downstairs for a company or a business or an office use was my main concern when I built it. So that's why I wanted to ask this evening if you were up to the point of discussing between 7 and 9, 9 made the rest of the building functionable and usable if we did go ahead and use it as each of the 3 offices holding 2 people in each office. There's 6, so if we only could have 7, then all you'd have is the secretary and the rest of the building empty. So if you could understand, I'm certainly up to taking you all for a tour for the building so you could understand what I'm talking about and understand the size of the offices and the size of the great room. My idea for the great room to begin with when I built the building was why I built the one wall across there with all the plugs and whatnot was for copy machines and shelf units or whatever for storage. And then the rest was for desks and a conference table. That was my idea, was to have the conference room right there. That's why I built it like that. So we could have office meetings there. So that was part of my concern. And I was so appreciative when you came up with the idea of the additional parking, even if I have to pay for additional parking. And to put the ADA out into the street was a beautiful idea because I don't think the ADA is going to be used all that often. And so the parking that I did provide there in that area, moving the ADA to the street and then adding another parking place there didn't impact the town. It helped absorb some of the people that would be working there. So that was my proposal, in addition to some of the solutions you came up with. I just wanted to see if we could compromise. It's not 13, it's not 4, and even though we proposed 7, I was hoping we could do just even 2 people in that big room extra. Would make some kind of sense and some kind of use for there if we could put a desk and a conference room in there. That way my hands aren't tied. If this doesn't work out for this occupant now or this tenant now, then I could at least rent the building again as an office, a building as a productive office building that held a decent amount of people like I designed it to do. So I just wanted to present that to you as well so that you knew my thoughts. Questions?
Cindy, thank you very much. Additional questions of the applicant? Yes, I see. Oh, the hands are going up. Vice Mayor Dorman, you're first.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gates, for this and for working on this so far. Appreciate it. So one thing we haven't talked about is the ADA space on the street. What if it's not able to be adjacent to your property? Have you discussed that with staff?
No, I haven't. I don't see any reason why it couldn't be adjacent. Right in front of the front door right there, or even the parking space. If you look at my driveway, it could be the parking space to the right of the driveway or the parking space to the right of that. There's about 3 or 4 parking spaces there to the corner. So I thought any of those spaces there would be appropriate for someone who really needed it, because the ramp going up to the front door, it comes from that direction. So it should be perfect for someone getting out of the car, needing a wheelchair or whatnot, or having a walker, could walk up to the front door very easily with that ramp.
Thank you. And so reading both the actual lines and between the lines, you feel like you could lease the apartment in pretty short order?
Absolutely. I'm not worried about that at all.
Thank you.
That is her business after all.
I know
has
how
been,
to do this.
has been for a few years. Yeah, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Hello, Ms. Gates.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, like everybody, I'm tired of this. But when you were thinking about having 9 people, where were you thinking of them parking?
Well, if we got 5 on site there and we had the ADA in the front, we've got the parking, the 6th parking place would of course be for the tenant upstairs. if I had to pay for other parking places for the additional people, the 3 to 4 people, I would be willing to do that. I just need to be able to lease the building. Think about it, if I had an empty building and I'm trying to market that building for lease for an office space, yet somebody was told they could only have 4 to 7 people, people go, well, how can we do that? Unless you were a certain kind of business that only had 1 or 2 people or a few people working in there, it would make it impossible to rent to about 80% of the public. So that's why I was trying to make it so that it could accommodate the majority of businesses that use office space.
And I have one more question, and that is that if you did have the ADA parking space in front of your building, or just to the right of that or wherever, would that be, when it was not in use by one of your clients, would that be available for the public to park there as well? ADA parking?
I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you.
It would have to be available. If it's on the public right of way, it can't even be restricted to the employees or the patrons of the business. It would be a public space.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. Sandra, that's correct, right? There's no distinction that it would be dedicated to use by the tenant.
That's right. It would be a public ADA accessible space.
Yeah. Thanks. Any other questions of the applicant? So this is, I'm going to put at the end, don't you think, to make it a question? It's probably more of a statement. To me, I look at it differently in terms of how to make it you called it productive office. To me, it looks like you're assuming a certain kind of use by a certain kind of tenant, like the one that's in there now, which is putting a bunch of people pretty close together because it's really like a call center, basically. All they need is somewhere to sit and have a phone and a computer, and they do their business. And so that's why they have so many people in there. I look at it as there are a lot of different kinds of professional office uses that don't cram people next to each other, that actually use what I'm looking at the floor plan right now that was actually approved, where you have a desk, maybe 2 chairs that face that desk. Maybe there are file cabinets. Each of those 4 offices has privacy and its own ability to work. And then you have a conference room where you invite clients in. I think of a law firm, for example, very different than a wine business that doesn't need privacy, exclusivity in the office setting. So I do think that there are options out there, but I'm not a real estate agent. You are. And so whether it's the 80% or the 20% that you claim is interested or not interested in this kind of use, I just don't see it the same way. Do you understand that? I guess
I understand exactly what
Okay.
you're saying. I've just leased a lot of office buildings before, so I know what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, and
That's
I
why
get
I
that.
made the spaces like I did when I built it.
Yeah, and so I go back to the last time when we started this hearing, and we talked about the intent of the transformation from a longtime residential property to an office use, change the zoning to be what it is today, with the intent of providing much needed office space, as we all agreed we need it in town. And there apparently wasn't enough clarity on how many employees would be in the space when you were designing the footprint, because maybe there were assumptions made it would be more traditional, like I just described, the kind of office use. And we knew that it was going to be driven by how many parking spaces you had on the parcel, because that's the way it is for everything in this town, is how many parking spaces can you fit? That drives the number of employees. And I'm sure you know that because we've been doing it that way for many, many years. In some cases, catching up to when it was not done that way, because we have businesses that have 0 parking on their parcels, and we're still trying to recover from that. And that's where we find this overflow onto the public rights of way on businesses that have, I mean, your next, the former Mosswood building on the corner that you've worked in, zero parking, zero.
Right.
And we've had to try to fix that. And we're going to have a parcel across the street that's also going to be having the new obligation of enough parking to satisfy its use because Humboldt's already packed. So told you it was going to be more of a comment than a question, but that's where I'm looking at this from that perspective. That I absolutely appreciate the and it really should have been the original intent clarified, I guess, separating the rental apartment lease. It should be a standalone, and I agree with that. So I guess I'm going to stop now because these are more comments than questions of you. But I just wanted to explain that that's what I'm analyzing right now is hearing the questions and the answers that we got, trying to figure out, is there some place we can get from the 4 to something higher? And that's what we have before us. So I see Councilmember Knight is going to put me out of my misery and actually ask maybe a question now. So Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Gates. I guess I'm trying to explore. Hi, Cindy. I'm trying to explore, I guess, the concept of what staff is recommending 7, and I know you have experience you have in renting commercial businesses, but I went at some point in terms of I guess in terms of your design of this space, you went from 4 offices to 3 offices and a conference center, and I think what the intent when the council approved it was office space or service, some type of service that would be residential in nature. So I guess my question is, it seems to me, isn't there a possibility you could have plenty of opportunities for businesses that would, with 3 offices and a conference room, would have 2 staff per office, someone in your foyer, and then this open space or conference room really used for conference use and maybe other uses, but it would benefit the 3 offices to have for someone to have a conference space to meet with clients that may not be, which may at some point have more than 7 employees there, but they'd have use of that space for clients.
Right.
Is that a possibility? It seems to me with 7, you could have a productive business and a successful use of that larger space for visitors or clients to meet with.
Well, I think I can understand why you're thinking that. I'm just thinking of the people who have applied to use the office or rent it when I had it on the market for rent, and the feedback that I got from the different people and what their needs are. Part of me thought a couple of times maybe I should have put up the 4th wall to make 4 offices. It's just that when you walk the floor plan, and I was looking at the 4 entrances I was building in the building, 1 on each end and 1 on each side, which makes it super safe. If something were to happen, everybody would easily be able to get out. But it also gives it a nice flow. So to put the 4th office in there, I thought it was prettier to leave it open. And even if you put a desk or 2 in the large room, you'd still have plenty of room for office machines, and you'd have plenty of room for a conference table to hold 8 to at least 8 people, if not more. So that's why I did that. And I thought that that would then be more accommodating to the general public for different types of offices. I had people wanting, you wouldn't believe the things that they were. One guy wanted to sell rugs in there. Another guy wanted a hair salon. Another person wanted what was it, a dental office? And wanted all sinks in all those little offices, and I didn't want that. So I was trying to keep it simple and just plain office use. So that's why I leased it to these people. So anyway, I didn't think about it when I leased it, the whole building to them. I thought, well, let's just wait to see who leases the building before I rent the top section, because if they could lease it out to one of their employees or whatever, maybe that worked, or the owner of the business could stay there when he came to town. I don't know. I thought that then that would be a good idea. Well, going through all this, I've learned better to just lease them out separately, keep the uses separate, and that way it's under better control. And I'm perfectly willing to do that. I agree with you at that point because of how it's kind of unfolding. So.
Thank you. So my last question in terms of this rental unit is that you said you don't think you have any problem renting it. So you see the rental is viable for someone that would live there year round, full would lease for maybe even longer than 6 months?
Oh, yes. I'm going to go for a year's lease. I don't want someone there just 6 months. I'd rather go for a year's lease, if not longer.
Is it likely someone that might work in the community, or do you know in terms of people you've talked with, or?
Yes, that's what I had a couple of people interested that worked in the community. So I'm going to go for that first. Either that or there'll be people who work outside Yountville, but close. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for them, I would think.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I don't see any other hands. Do we have?
Got
Michelle? Oh, now you do. Councilmember Mueller, go ahead.
So, kind of back to our attorney, I think, and this kind of goes to my very first question. This is approved for office use. And as we heard from Cindy, is an office a hair salon office, a dental office? What is an office? And how broad is that? I think, it seems to me we kind of need a good definition here, because I'm sensing more confusion. So Gary, what do you think? What does it say in our ordinance right now?
Well, I don't think that a hair salon is a professional office, to answer the first question. To analyze, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it wasn't attractive to me either.
Yeah.
So,
well, what I'm trying to do is get some clarity here. It's not that it's attractive or you didn't want it. It's a matter of, can you do it?
Well, when I first got the permit.
Actually, at this point, sorry, Cindy, at this point, these are questions of our attorney. So
Okay.
I'm going to direct it back to
sorry.
Gary. That's okay. Thank you.
So in interpreting what a professional office is, there's a couple things that the planning officer will look to and that we would analyze in deciding whether or not it's a comparable use that could use the use permit if it's approved, or if it would require a new one. What you would do first is look for definitions, and then you would also look for other approved uses or other uses that require a use permit in the same zone. So there's that list in the zoning code, professional office in there. Well, if professional offices is listed separately and another use is listed somewhere else, and you know that that other thing can't be a professional office because it's listed separately. So you would go through and say, like, in the list, and I've got it right in front of me now, there's bookstores, barber shops, real estate offices, confectionery shops, dry cleaners, florists, hardware store, furniture store, music store, opticians, stationery, tailor and dressmaking, clothing stores. So all of those would be automatically excluded from professional office because they're listed separately within the use, and that would be a change in use by definition.
Okay.
And then the thing you look to is historical, how the town has treated that in the past. So you would look to professional offices, not only in this zone, but generally professional offices allowed elsewhere, and how that's been defined and interpreted. And then the third thing is for the planning officer to actually adopt an interpretation administratively, which is what the zoning code allows, and that can fill in the gaps. So when you have definitions or or any ambiguity, the planning officer is empowered to fill in those gaps and come up with a definition.
Okay.
And then
So,
can I add here as well? So there's a whole list of permitted uses, professional office, which is one of them. Gary shared the other. I think what we're looking at is that all these permitted uses have the same parking standard. And by establishing a maximum employee count, I would take that interpretation to any of these other uses, so long as it doesn't exceed that count, it would be permitted, which means there's not a use permit before the council. If it falls outside of that category and that employee count that would be in this resolution, then it would be use requiring a use permit.
Okay.
And then there's additionally a list of prohibited uses.
that's, now I completely understand, and that I think also needs to be conveyed to the landlord too, so that we're very clear about what professional office space use is. So, and so what you're saying is the same 300 square feet of space per parking space is the standard requirement we have. So that's why there's the 5 parking places.
Yeah.
For 5 people. So,
And then we're doing a zoning ordinance update, and we know that we are lacking definitions. We're looking at making it really clear what's a professional office, what's a service use. We've already drafted those, they're just not before the council yet. So
okay.
We've recognized that this is a problem that we're going to seek to solve moving forward.
Okay, so, and I'm really not concerned about so in terms of a internal floor plan, does if that's a ministerial approval, if Cindy wants to move a wall, does she have to come and talk to you about that?
No, that's a tenant improvement that requires a building permit only.
Okay, good. So the inside really isn't our concern. It's really the square footage and the parking is kind of where I'm trying to focus what we have right now. So with the 5 parking places and 1 for the tenant, that kind of fits our ballpark standard, if you will, for the 300 square feet. So if we were to go to 6 employees, we would still need 1 town right-of-way spot, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So, and if we went to 7, we would need 2. And currently, we've only allowed 1 right-of-way spot to a business. And that was Protea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions for now. Oh, go ahead.
Clarify that before the town started getting more into the details of the employee parking plan, with the goal of 100% of employees on site, there were always overflow zones, and businesses like Jessup and Stewart are permitted to have overflow employees at the park area. We've moved bringing the on-site parking requirement to 100 and not allowing that. So each time it's approved, it is required to be paid as an off-site space rather than what was previously an overflow space. So there's been some transition over the years.
Okay, so how many off-site spaces, what's the maximum that's allowed currently for a business?
Well, we really only have Protea where 1 was necessary to satisfy the demand.
Sandra,
Okay.
if I may,
Actually, hold on, Steve, I'm going to bring up, when you talk about off-site, it's different than right-of-way parking. An example is the former Red Restaurant had leases for parking spaces behind Wells Fargo Bank.
Right.
Private deal, just like Bouchon Bakery and Bouchon Restaurant had some parking at now Edward James Courtyard, another private to private parking relationship that did not involve public right-of-way spaces.
Yeah, and my comment was going to be, Sandra, we also had 2 spaces for Arena Gallery up at Washington Square. The lease of public space has always been a very small number because we are not trying to make it easy for people to bring a larger use and just assume they can pay for the existing public parking area.
So 2 is the answer. Or was that before the 100% on site for the parking plan?
But
Correct.
I feel the distinction here because Arena was approved under a master use permit for Washington Square. When the tenants changed, they were allowed to step into the shoes of the previous tenant. We learned they had employees, so we required them to park off site because by lease they were not permitted to park on site. What we're discussing here is approval of a use by use permit and whether the spaces can fit on site or whether public right of way is necessary for that.
All right, so if we did do one offsite or two offsite for this professional office space, if it became anything else that may be desirable for the community, we can talk about that later, we would have the ability to revisit all of that, whether we still want to do it or not, correct? Is this a Gary question, or do we need a condition?
I think that's a little risky is because there's a whole category of permitted uses. So Gary, yes, I'd like you to chime in here. It's not a use that would come before council and staff has to make the interpretation, as Gary mentioned, that it's consistent with the characteristics of the other uses that are permitted outright.
Okay.
So yes, there's a list of permitted uses, but it still requires an administrative use permit. And then there's a list of uses that require a use permit as we normally think about them that come here to the council. So it depends on which use it falls into that's listed there in the zoning code. But it would, a change in use from this would trigger one or the other as I read that section of the zoning code. And Sandra, feel free to jump in if you have a different interpretation there. But if it's a change in use, it's either an administrative use permit or it's a use permit that comes before the council.
All right, I'm clear now. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question to that, and then I see the Vice Mayor's hand is back up. You listed professional office and then other categories. And Sandra, you said something about some of those other categories. Maybe it's a service, like a dental office that might be a service. Doesn't apply as professional office, but it would have, and this is hypothetical, so it might not be true. Dental office has the same parking requirement. Let's say it does, 1 for 300 square feet. So if I'm understanding the question and answers, the use could change, but it would be administrative because the requirements have not changed. Is that accurate? Like if in that scenario, don't get caught up on the dental thing, if a non-professional office use still needed 5 parking spaces, that non-professional use could be administratively approved and is required to go with the land in that scenario, versus something that was a change in intensity of the use that required more parking spaces. Then the deal's off about the goes with the land part. It has to come back to get new approval. Is that accurate? Is all that right? Really? Wow.
Well, of all the permitted uses, some have, I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead, Sandra, go ahead.
Oh, of all the permitted uses, there are different parking standards that apply. There's the professional office use, there's retail, which is a higher standard. So even if you had a bookstore, you couldn't move into this property because you couldn't meet the parking standard, even though it's a permitted use. So it's not subject to the administrative use permit. Then there are the uses that are more intense, and you mentioned a dentist office. So there's service-oriented businesses that require a use permit. So they're not even up for consideration by staff for administrative use.
I think just to try to keep it as simple as possible, if it's not too late, the concern is if we go higher than 4 employees in this building, it's in perpetuity on this property, whatever the use is. If we say 7 tonight, then there could be 7 employees on this property going forward, which would be a legal non-conforming number based on the insufficient parking on site. Is that correct?
No, let me clarify. So that would, the 7 employees would only be for the professional office use. other uses would be evaluated under the terms of those proposals.
But if it stayed a professional office use, it would be in perpetuity permitted, could not be denied, as long as it was in the professional office use category.
Yes.
And we don't have do we control whether that professional office use category might add or subtract uses?
You mean if they propose an additional use beyond professional offices?
No, I mean if the list of permitted professional office uses doubles in the number of activities that fall under the professional office use.
Yes, I mean, the town controls what is a professional office, if that's the question. So we could,
It is.
so, yeah, so the town could definitely change the definition of a professional office in the zoning code. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if that helps us at all, but I understand the answer. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I have some follow-up questions, and some are for Sandra, some are for Gary. Please just jump in. So the only thing that is in our municipal code right now is if you have a 1,600 square foot professional office building, you need to have 6 employee parking spaces. You need to have 5.3, whether we round up or down. That's in our municipal code, right?
Yes.
You're mute, Sandra.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's a yes. And right now, there is nothing in our municipal code about how many employees can and cannot work at any general or specific building business. Is that correct?
We don't address employees specifically, but there's a special provision in the parking ordinance that allows the council to adjust that base number of 1 to 300 up or down based on the conditions specific to the use. And the number one item that is looked at is the number of employees.
Right, and that was where I was trying to get to, but right now, so there's nothing in the code that says if you have 1,600 square feet in a professional office, you need this many parking places and you can only have this many employees. That does not currently exist. So what we are really doing, to me, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct in this analysis, is we are looking to exercise our discretion under the part of the municipal code you just mentioned.
Yes.
And so would we need to make, because I remember there are findings very specific to those, are those the findings we would be making? There are findings very specific to that section of the municipal code. So because we are operating under that and using our discretion, are those the findings we will be making?
Vice Mayor, are you referring to the findings required to increase or decrease the parking requirement generally?
Yes.
So you certainly could use that provision. I don't think that's the only authority for the town council to impose an employee count. I think one of the reasons, and it's common in zoning codes to not address number of employees, is that the size of the lot, the building, intensification of use, all the other particulars of the business are unknown until an application comes in. So the zoning codes generally don't go into that detail and leave it to the conditions, specifically because it is too difficult to predict every single time what those will be. But the number of employees is a proper condition that can be imposed under your general authority to impose conditions on a business. So I don't think it has to be under that parking requirement. That's the thing to consider when moving the parking requirement specifically, but you can generally condition the number of employees.
And if we were to say, to the mayor's point and some others, if we were to say we are operating under this discretion, would that give us more flexibility if another professional office came in there? Or is it just a wash?
I think it's a wash because because really what you're doing is imposing more or less parking requirements, and it's probably worthwhile to address employees too at the same time.
All right, do we have any other use permits that specify a maximum number of employees?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure about that.
Because we spend so much time on it is RH. They had numbers of employees for different shifts.
And also the Protea has numbers that are tied to its use permit too. And I also will just point out, we address some of the employee count by use of certified payroll.
Okay, and then what if the ADA space, Director Liston, you said it needs to be adjacent to the property. What if that cannot be done in compliance with our general plan? What happens to the framework of the current proposal?
Then the space cannot be moved to the street. It stays in the parking lot and it reduces the total number of employees that can park on site.
Unless we make it.
Granted, those employees would then park on the street.
So unless we then make a discretionary finding that because it wasn't, and this is hypothetical, but because it was unable to be located there, we're gonna do some right-of-way parking. We would still have that discretion.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear what you're asking.
If the ADA space cannot be located adjacent to the property as required, then you're saying, okay, it has to go back to, I think, 4 employees to have room for the ADA, the tenant, and the employees.
Yeah.
But then could the applicant then come to us and say, okay, this has happened. I tried this, I tried that. I would like for you, council, to consider discretionary allowing more employees and more parking, right-of-way parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. And then this is kind of just also, I think, a lawyer question. In the actual resolution, we do not recite any history of the administrative use permit or the violation, which we typically do. If we were to add that, would it do anything bad to the resolution?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So a follow-up question, Vice Mayor, are you asking about whether off-site parking to make up for the fact that the ADA accessible space, if it could not be off the parcel, are you hypothetically proposing only parking managed locations, or are you proposing they would need to be there would be a fee associated with each off-site parking space?
I am proposing, well, I'm saying if it came to us for discretionary consideration, I think it should be treated as we do any right-of-way parking, and that is a fee and a designated area.
So that would be similar again to the RH example, not the Protea example. I don't think we charge Protea for the, or did we? We did. Okay. So Steve, don't answer. That's right. I got it from Sandra. So it would be consistent then, is all I wanted to make sure. If we said you have to park on Fennell, or you have to park on the east side of Young Street in front of the former school, and it costs you X number per space, and we have a schedule for that X amount per space, it could be three cars over there to get to 7 employees or something like that. Sandra saying yes.
Right. It's treating consistent. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Reading.
I just wanted to clarify if that was what you were, the outcome you were trying to clarify. So, okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then we just need, did I ask already for public comment submitted? Then I think we need to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. This comment is from Pam Reeves, and it says, I do not think the quote give in the forms of off-site parking on this project is a good idea as far as setting a precedent goes, but if you choose to vote to allow more employees and more off-site parking, I would like there to be some reference to the need for better recording by staff at the time of application and approval on the critical issues of permits and plans vis-a-vis requirements and expectations, so that the town does not find itself in this position again. Please make sure that the new number of employees and off-site parking spaces is the final number, not just a number that can be bumped up at will. Given any additional parking spaces is a big deal and should be noted as such, so that the current and new applicant / owner knows where they stand. I am only in favor of an on-street handicap space if it can be done without losing landscape or buffering. The building is already close to sidewalk with very little relief. That's the end of that public comment, and no others have been submitted.
Thank you. Then I'll invite any additional discussion or potential action by the council. Who would like to begin? Understanding we have a couple different components, it might be possible to decide, for example, on the splitting of the lease for the rental apartment use. And then if that's agreed upon, we deal with the number of parking spaces and employees. Sounds like we were in fairly close agreement on what we wanted to see with that rental unit, but let's find out. Vice Mayor.
Well, I would actually just like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as presented, but adding the historical part of the administrative permit and the how many employees it allowed and the violation of it.
The violation of what?
Of the administrative permit, that there has been a violation. Sort of laying out the history as we typically do.
Sandra, do you understand what the motion entails? Okay. Is there a second to that motion? So that, to be clear, you're then talking about the recommended, staff recommended no more than 7 employees. But I think we need clarity on if the motion includes the ADA parking remains on site, or this only applies if the ADA parking can be moved off to the immediately adjacent public right-of-way. That hasn't been resolved, I don't think.
Well, the condition is conditional, where it requires the space to be studied to see if it can be moved off-site. If it can, it adjusts the numbers by reference to conditions.
I just want to make sure that the motion is clear on that if analysis determines the ADA parking needs to stay on the property, then that has an impact on the number of employees that can park on the property. And as long as the motion addresses that, and I don't remember specifically if it does, because we had 2 or 3 scenarios. And maybe I'm just looking for clarity. If the Vice Mayor is going to make a motion to take the recommendation, I want to be clear on the recommendation.
Mayor, I appreciate that, Mayor. My understanding is the way the resolution is written is if the ADA has to be on site, then there will be 3 rather than 2 paid right-of-way spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if the ADA remains on site, 3 off-site paid spaces for the employee count to be 7, up to 7. But if the ADA has to be or can be moved to the immediately adjacent right-of-way, then there only need to be 2 paid off-site spaces. Is that what your motion is?
Yes, thank you.
And Sandra
I'll
is
second.
nodding, confirming. Okay, so we do have a motion, Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Dornbecker. I see you, Councilmember Knight, you have your hand up. Question.
Thank you. So I recognize that we have a motion and a second. So it's a question of consideration. So the motion on the table then is first for approval of up to 7 employees. So if at some point, is our parking management program flexible enough that if fewer than 7 were working in the business, then we could reduce the number of parking and then the impacts on the street, that's a flexible or fluid parking management program?
I think, Councilmember Knight, the answer is yes, provided that there is certified payroll documentation to support the lower employee count.
Is that part of I assume that is that a part of the employee parking management program that you're identifying number of employees or for that program and for vehicle fee?
I would suggest that we add a condition requiring the submittal of that certified payroll by the tenant on a monthly basis. And that's how we monitor it with other businesses. It was left off as a proposed condition here.
Do you differentiate between part-time and full-time employee? Sandra?
No.
So it could be satisfied. There could be a mixture of full-time and part-time, and it's still the total head count, regardless of how often they work there.
Correct. If you recall, when we did the RH, we looked at the master at a point in time, how many physical bodies do they have?
That's fine. That's fine.
And the only other, Mayor, the only other suggestion, or maybe a request to the Vice Mayor who made the motion, is a request for maybe language in the motion that we're encouraging because of the focus of work-live that the applicant that they consider the possibility for someone who may live and work in this building. It would certainly reduce the impact on the neighborhood and the community for parking if that parking spot was shared with an employee. If we could add that language, if there is support for that.
Well, I would just also like to talk a little bit more about this apartment. I think that all of our intent came down to, we really wanted the best effort for this thing to be truly rented and not just after 6 months, you know, we created another problem. So I would also really like to see language about, and maybe our town attorney could help about where we would put the best effort for rental. I do not want a pied-à-terre.
Getting back to Councilmember Knight's question, I think it was a question. I'm not sure I understand that why somebody who lives and works locally wouldn't have a parking spot required. There still is, there's the one space that would be dedicated to the apartment. That doesn't change the number of spaces required for the employees. Are you saying because it's the same person that would be parked in the apartment space versus the employee space?
Yeah, there'd be a shared use of that parking space for a person working there, and it would only, you know, it'd be a shared use for someone working and living there, and that would reduce probably the need for another parking management space off-site. But I don't sense that we're really requiring that, and so it's just language that I would hope we could encourage that effort.
I frankly think we're getting very into the minutia of this and the monitoring of that. You know, somebody works there, then they don't work there, and another non-employee works there, and all of a sudden we don't have enough parking spaces. And now you got to pay for a new one. I worry that we're trying to overcook this, frankly. So that's my opinion on that. But Councilmember Moeller, get back to what you're saying about language that you're wanting to be considered.
Well, it kind of, I'm just making it very concise, best effort, but I want to hear our town attorney, if there, is that sufficient, and where would that go in the resolution?
But I think it would go in condition G, the one that currently requires that the apartment lease shall be a minimum term of 6 months. The end of that, I think it makes sense in that context. I think at the end of that, it could be added, the property owner shall use best efforts to lease the apartment. And if you'd like a reporting requirement, and shall submit a written report to the town each year regarding these efforts.
Okay. And where would we put, and that's in G, the certified payroll, a monthly certified payroll? Best efforts go under G. Okay.
I think that would be at the end of condition C, which
Okay.
is town's employee parking management program. And I think Sandra has standard language that she frequently uses for that purpose. So that can be added in.
Yeah. And to council members' night point, I understand the intent, but I do think we're kind of too down in the weeds on that. It's like, you know, who knows? You could, even though it's kind of a studio-like apartment, you could have 2 or 3 people. You could have, you know, a husband and a wife and a small child in there, perhaps. I don't know. So then the parking gets really crazy. So I just don't see where we would have encouraging language, what that would even say. So if we're going to go with 7, just for a plain administrative office use, I'm happier with 6, but I can probably maybe get pushed to 7.
So there is a motion and a second, and if you're asking for a friendly amendment, you have to get that from the motioner and the seconder. If you're asking for a substitute motion, then you craft what you want to craft.
Well, then let me do a substitute motion with 6 employees and the best effort language under G and certified monthly payroll under C. I think that already goes beyond what we've really done before by adding 2 more employees on the street. But if we can move the, I just don't want 3. I'm willing to go to a maximum of 2 employees on the street. So that's.
But that would be two employees on the street would be 7 employees total potentially. Correct, Sandra? I don't think we can assume that the ADA space can be moved off the property. I think we need to assume it does not move. Frankly, it should be required to be on the property. That's what we've required of other businesses, I believe. So if that's the case, we have 2 spaces that are in deficit and they would be on the street for 7 employees, correct, Sandra? We get all the way back to that. ADA on site.
Okay.
7 employees would be 2 paid parking managed off-site spaces, correct? Or is it 3?
I would say 3 because we know there are 3 employees that can't park on site.
Because it's 4 plus an ADA plus an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, Councilmember Muller, you're saying that's why it's 6 maximum employees with your motion, because
right,
you say no more than 2 on the street.
Right. Because you know, once you start adding, 3, this will set up situations in the future that we're trying to get to 0, and now we're going, 3. I'm comfortable with 2, so that's my substitute motion with the additional language.
I'll second that substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion, so that is what is acted on first.
Yes, it is, Mayor, and I'm just going to try to clarify this for what's been presented. So the substitute motion is adopting the resolution, modifying to 6 employees, adding language for best effort rental, and that would go under condition of approval G and added to the end of the sentence. And it would add language to submit a report. I thought it was each year. And then it would also add language regarding certified payroll on a monthly basis and use the standard language that the planning department uses in the condition of approval. Is that correct? Or
That is correct. Did you, I think you added, there shall be no more than 2 under D, employees park off-site in the town right away.
No more than 2
2.
under D. I
Correct.
did not get that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sandra, do we have the cost of those parking spaces? Does that need to be listed here?
No, it's included in the master fee schedule. It's adjusted annually based on the consumer price index. Right now, it's about $1,700
Per year.
per year.
Thank you.
Okay, so that substitute motion by Councilmember Moeller, seconded by Councilmember Knight. Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
No.
Mayor Dunbar.
No. So that does pass 3-2. So
Yes.
just so we can have clarity, could you read back the numbers? I know what I voted on, but I want to make sure the public is aware and also the applicant.
Me read back what?
The outcome. Yeah, the number of
Oh,
employees.
3-2. I'm sorry. Yes, 3-2. So there were Councilmember Moeller.
No, I'm sorry. The resolution details. I want it to be very clear to the applicant, how many employees, how many off-site parking spaces. I want those
Okay,
details to
so-
be very clear.
Okay, so the substitute motion was to adopt the resolution modifying the number of employees to be 6 employees at a condition of approval to submit certified payroll on a monthly basis using our standard language that planning uses, and then request the addition of language about renting the apartment for the best effort, and no more than 2 employees off-site, and that gets added to condition of approval D. Sandra might be able to say this more eloquently than I can, but that's.
And the language, Sandra, the language that we need regarding the parking management plan is already in the resolution to your satisfaction, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in C and it will be modified. I'm really clear on all the changes that came out of tonight. It'll take some cleanup, obviously, to the resolution, but we got all those items.
And was there a minimum length of time on the lease of the apartment?
6 months minimum.
Okay. Just so we're clear. I know we went around and around on a lot of numbers. So, okay, so that does pass 3-2. All right. You know what I didn't do, Gary? I'm going to blame you. I can't blame myself. I'm going to go back to when exactly do I need to have closed that public hearing after we had the dialogue with the applicant and then went back to discussion, correct?
That would have been the right time to do it. I think it's still all right what the council did this evening without technically closing it, but that would have been the time that the town council usually does.
So if I can get one of those little things from Men in Black where we just blink and go back to when we finished that discussion and before we actually took the final vote. Anyway, I just acknowledged that I failed to formally close the public hearing. But we believe the outcome is sufficient, correct, Gary?
Correct.
Okay. All righty. That was my fault. I was not really blaming Gary. That was my fault. All right, that takes care of that item for this evening. And that takes care of everything except for staff informational reports. Do we have anything critical, Steve?
There are none.
Thank you. Council reports, any critical? I believe the Vice Mayor was at flood control. Was there anything of substance today?
The only couple of things is the possible purchase of 57 acres adjacent to the commission's levy on State Highway 29 near 12. Asking price for the 2 largest parcels, $3.9 million. And the board instructed staff to talk to potential partners such as the Open Space District And more will come back at the March meeting.
Thank you. Upper Valley Waste Management, do we have a report?
Our report is
I'm sorry.
we
Go ahead.
are meeting next Monday. I will jump to, we did, LAFCO met, we took care of a couple annexations and a hopefully near final review of our sphere of influence policy. And last week I attended a Cal LAFCO strategic planning workshop and a Cal LAFCO board meeting. That's it for my activities.
Thank you. I did skip NVTA. I don't remember. Do we have anything, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I think the biggest takeaway was we did get a report from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission talking about the money that will be coming into both the 9 Bay Area counties and into Napa County specifically for some upcoming transit projects. More to come.
I did hear, thank you. I did hear today that Supervisor and Board Chair Alfredo Pedroza was named Chair of MTC. So that will hopefully have some strong influence for us with NVTA and all things regional. He's been vice chair, but congratulations to that recognition for Supervisor Pedroza. Watershed Information Conservation Council, any report?
Well, both myself and Councilmember Eric Knight did attend that, and they had a presentation on the possible drought
mitigation.
Yes, thank you. And I thought I'd ask Councilmember Knight if he would like to add something.
Yeah, thank you. It was fascinating. Part of the presentation, they also showed a restoration of Creekway in the St. Helena area, and so fascinating work that committee that they do, and also I'm looking forward next month to just sitting in to the NVTA meeting, just as just to listen in and learn more about NVTA as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, we are going to go on now to Cal Cities update. I know Councilmember Knight and our town manager participated in the Cal Cities seminar conference. I'm not sure what you want to call it. Steve, did you want to report out on that?
I will defer to Councilmember Knight because this was the new mayor council orientation. And
yeah, thank you. It was, we spent 4 days, part of the Mayors and Council Members Academy, and it was fascinating. They had a presentation at the end about the change in how social network and communication and communities are changing, but also just a lot of good information about budgeting and communication with the community. So it was worthwhile, and I appreciated the time and also the time spent talking with the town manager and learning more about the community and the work that the council's done the last 10 to 15 years. Thank you.
Thanks. I do want to recognize our town manager becoming officially active as the president of the city manager's department. So congratulations, Steve, on that additional responsibility for this year. Ad hoc standing committees, the Napa Economic Recovery Task Force met, there are a couple different economic recovery task forces. This is the one that has all the mayors and supervisors Pedroza and Gregory. And we had a hour plus conversation, and we are going to be meeting in a couple more weeks with a broader task force that includes industry groups and Chamber of Commerce leadership. But one of the things that we did was we agreed that we were going to be we agreed that we support extending all the outdoor business activity that we have for us here in Yountville through our business support program through the year of 2021 at least. We agreed that we needed to provide some certainty and continuity for all of our businesses that are severely impacted and still restricted in their ability to operate. And so we agreed for all of our jurisdictions that we would modify our plans to extend to at least 2021 for outdoor service in restaurants, tasting rooms, retail, and if there are other sectors that make sense to have outdoor. We have a long recovery period ahead of us, and so we're going to try to do whatever we can to support that and to support it safely, since a lot of the outdoor activity has been permitted. Also, we discussed and have tentatively agreed to have all the jurisdictions declare March 1st through the 5th Healthcare and Essential Workers Week throughout Napa County. I had originally proposed that we do a day, and Mayor Canning suggested it be a week, which is a little bit more consistent with this type of proclamation and recognition. And so we are all bringing back to us we can either do our own proclamation to that effect as mayors, or we also talked about wanting to do it as an entire Napa County group so that the Board of Supervisors would present that on March 2nd. We could present the same thing at our March 2nd meeting, but that we were declaring and recognizing the amazing work that our healthcare and essential workers have done throughout this pandemic. So we wanted to acknowledge them formally. So those are two ideas that came out of that meeting. Getting down to reports and announcements, I did want to share that I also participated in the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting that was virtual this year. It included remarks from President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, several of the, we assume, incoming cabinet secretaries on topics from equity, diversity, and inclusion, fiscal relief package that's being proposed in Congress, housing, climate action, COVID-19 update by Dr. Fauci and Dr. Murthy, and transportation issues along with infrastructure. So very interesting sessions, and to have that high level of participation was also impressive. The Conference of Mayors does a really exceptional job with that. Are there any other reports or announcements from the council? I know we have returned to the purple tier of activity, which allows outdoor restaurant service, wine tasting, the additional 25%, I believe it is, for retail inside, and some other activities, though limited. We are thankful that we have been able to get our public health numbers down low enough. Also, we're in one category, we're actually in the red tier in case positivity, I think it was, but we're still having to operate in the purple tier. So we're hoping that combination of vaccine distribution and continued testing to identify where outbreaks might be happening are going to get us further out of this public health crisis towards safer environment for us, and also to get our businesses back up and running so they can hopefully survive long term. So I think that takes care of our business for this afternoon / evening. And with that, we don't have any closed session, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to our next special meeting. Actually, don't we have this coming up? We have another meeting in 2 weeks, don't we?
No, we don't.
Oh, we do. We don't?
No?
I forgot that we canceled that. So I will absolutely entertain a motion to adjourn until our special meeting of
I
Tuesday,
will
March 2nd.
absolutely give you that motion.
I'll second.
Everybody wanted to second that one. I think that was
I'll even second
our
it.
technical
I'll
delays.
first and second it.
I've lost total control. Councilmember Moeller, motion second. I think Councilmember Dornbecker. All in favor, I believe, by that outburst. And yes, apologize for the technical delay. That happens these days in these Zoom council meetings. We appreciate your patience, and we will be back 3 o'clock on March 2nd. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Stay safe.